Well, I'd like to welcome everybody to the July 16th Commission meeting. As we always do, let's say the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Thank you very much for coming. It's the first time we've had people sitting in the audience in a while. We still are working through the COVID situation. So regarding some of the instructions, I'll read some of them right now. If you do not send in an advance comment sheet prior to the start of the meeting, but would still like to comment on an agenda item, please do one of the following. If you are on Zoom via your computer, you can send a chat to the host with your name, phone number, and the agenda item you wish to comment on. Secondly, if you are listening on the phone, you can send an email to wgfvideo@wyo.gov. That's wgfvideo@wyo.gov. Make sure to include your name, phone number, you're calling from, and the agenda item you wish to comment on. Also, if anybody that is present and they would like to speak, please fill out a blue sheet and get them to Megan. Commissioner Nesbitt has had to set out for a little bit. He is virtually having a meeting with the TRW committee. So we are going to change the agenda just a little bit. So, all right, first off, I'd entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the previous meeting.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Ryle, seconded by Commissioner Byrd. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. First up is Mr. McBarnes. Welcome.
Well, President Duty, members of the Commission, thank you all so much for having me here today. It's an honor to be with you, to stand in this room with you, finally. My name is Chris McBarnes, and I'm proud to say that I'm the Executive Director of the Wildlife Fund. The Wildlife Fund is a new organization here in Wyoming, and we're working to unite the people of Wyoming to advance Wyoming wildlife habitat, research, and education. And so as soon as my PowerPoint gets up here, before I go any further, I want to thank you all for your support, because without you, this fund, this mission would not be possible. So we tip our cap to you and we thank you. So today I'd like to talk to you about three things. I'd like to talk to you about our mission as the Wildlife Fund, what we're about, what we're doing. The people of Wyoming, we want you to know what we're doing. I want to talk to you about our first 100 days of accomplishments. I began this role March 9th this year, so it's hard to believe we're a little over 100 days, boots on the ground, and we're very proud of what we've accomplished. And last but not least, I want to talk to you about the road ahead. I want to talk to you about where we're going as the Wildlife Fund and how we're going to help make a transformational difference throughout Wyoming in regards to advancing and strengthening our wildlife. So let's start with our mission. Our mission would not be possible without our board of directors. They are the heartbeat of this organization, and I believe in the team we have. And one thing we're striving to advance is a culture of teamwork. I believe everyone has strengths, everyone has weaknesses, and our board understands when a certain strength, when a certain talent they have is called upon, they step forward to meet that mission. We're building that culture. We collaborate with one another. One thing you learn about our board is we're very diverse. We have differing views, we have different backgrounds, and we believe that diversity is our strength. We're building an essence of passion. In our line of work, as my fellow NGO colleagues would know, not every day is a great day. You make those asks and someone says thanks but no thanks, or someone says, listen, I'm just not interested in what you're doing. It's the passion that we have for the wildlife of this state and those who love it that keep us going. Transparency. Down to the last dime, our organization is going to be completely transparent with you and the people of Wyoming. We take the cultivation and the overseeing of donors' dollars incredibly seriously, and we want this to be a hallmark of our organization. And last but not least, communication. We're big on communication. I told this board when I interviewed for this position that they would get sick and tired of hearing from me, and I want to deliver on that promise. I send them an email every single day at the end of the day with what I've done, my report. It holds me accountable, so whether it's 5 o'clock or last night at 10:19, I'm sending that daily report, and it keeps our board engaged. It lets them know how they can plug themselves in, and I personally believe where there's a void in communication, that's where negativity is going to fill us, so we want to combat that. So go ahead and advance that slide for me, please, one more time. Okay, so I'm going to introduce you to our team. This guy needs no introduction. Wyoming is so lucky to have him. I look up to him. He's a mentor of mine. He is leading our organization. He's representing this commission wonderfully, and that's our president, Mike Schmidt. We'll go to the next slide. Next up, we have our vice president, Bruce Shackelford. Bruce is out of Cody. He has an environmental engineering background. He's done a lot of habitat work in his career, so his mind, his wisdom, his education brings a lot to the table. Then we have Janet Marshner, our treasurer. Janet is out of the Cheyenne area of the state, and that's her puppy dog Sage. Janet is a former CFO, a certified CPA, so her financial mind paired with her love for wildlife makes her a perfect contribution on this board. Next, we have the wonderful Penelope Maldonado. Penny is in the audience today. You will not meet a kinder person on the face of this earth than Penny. She is from the Moran area. Penny's love for wildlife is second to none. Penny, thanks for all you do for us. We embrace you. Next slide, please. We have Mark Wilson. Mark Wilson is a small business owner from Buffalo. He owns a real estate agency and he owns an insurance agency. Small business is what has made our country great, creates more jobs, I think, than any other sector in this nation. So having his small business mindset, his entrepreneurial mindset, and Mark is a community champion, he's amazing on this board. And then also, another guy who needs no introduction, our great director, Brian Nesbitt of Game and Fish, and he is also a board member. Brian, the thing I most admire about him is his service to our country as a veteran and an active military member. And we at the Wildlife Fund value that so greatly. So it's wonderful to have Brian on our board, and it keeps us in lockstep with what Game and Fish is doing, which is one of our core pieces of our mission, is to synergize what you folks are doing. And then that's my wife, Samantha, and we don't have any kids yet, so that's our fur baby Nugget. So, if you don't remember anything else I say today, folks, remember this. The Wildlife Fund is a home for all lovers of wildlife. No matter how you partake and enjoy the outdoors, we want you to know that your voice matters and that you have a home in the Wildlife Fund. If you're a hiker, if you're a birder, if you're a camper, if you like to paddleboard, it doesn't matter. If you like to enjoy the outdoors, your voice matters here at the Wildlife Fund. We are about projects, not about policy. We're a group that's going to bring money in, synergize that, and put it right back on the ground to advance critical wildlife projects across this state. We want to reflect Wyoming's values. There's a certain way of doing things in the West, the code of the West, hard work, ethics, morals, integrity, and we want our organization to reflect what Wyoming is about. And we're about advancing the 800 plus species found throughout Wyoming. There's no critter too large or too small for the love and the compassion and the care of the Wildlife Fund. We want to be open, communicative, and mission-driven. This is also very important to us. We want to be supportive and collaborative with other NGOs across the state. I've had the opportunity over the past 4 months to meet so many of my colleagues, and the work they are doing is incredible. And we follow in their footsteps, and we stand on their shoulders, and we want them to know that we are here to partner with them so we can get even more done for the wildlife we love. We want to bring new resources and partners to the table. If we as an organization are simply poaching donors from other organizations, how much are we really getting done? We believe that there's a window in this state to bring new resources, new players to the table, new money to the table, new talents to the table to advance our wildlife. And obviously, we are here to synergize the goals of the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. A couple things we're focusing on particularly this year are wildlife crossings. We understand this is one of the quickest and most effective ways to reduce mortality rates and make our roadways safer for drivers. 15% of all crashes in Wyoming have to do with wildlife, and each one of those crashes averages, I believe, $11,600 in personal property damage or an injury to the driver or passenger. We're also focusing on aquatic invasive species and terrestrial invasive species. AIS could be absolutely devastating to this state. We need to raise awareness about this. And here's the thing that I understood early on by talking to Wyoming Game and Fish Department employees who are incredible. You folks in the department shouldn't be the only ones bearing the burden of preventing and detecting AIS in this state. We need to bring more partners to the table. It could impact water delivery systems, could have a drastic negative impact in Wyoming. So we want to be a part of bringing new resources to the table to make sure this doesn't happen. And then education. We are fully behind Director Nesbitt's concept of Inspire a Kid, inspiring the next generation of outdoor enthusiasts, getting our young people out from behind a screen and in the great outdoors to learn all those valuable life lessons that it can teach. Next slide, please. This statement in the Wyoming Game and Fish Department strategic plan really stood out to me and connected with the Wildlife Fund. In order to effectively meet the department's mission and achieve its goals, it is imperative that wildlife conservation in Wyoming become a cooperative effort. The Wildlife Fund, we want to stand alongside our other NGOs and become a part of that cooperative effort. So that's about our mission. Let's talk about the first 100 days. In spite of one of the worst economies that our country has seen since the Great Depression and a new normal, obviously there has been obstacles, but in spite of this, our team has come together and we've really gotten a lot of great things done. Year to date, we've raised $120,076.59. That included 2 commissioner license sales, and I want to thank Commissioner Schmidt and Commissioner Byrd for believing in us enough to facilitate the sale of these commissioners' licenses. We sold those respectively for $24,000 and $22,000, and I'm proud of that. As a young organization, we were able to put the infrastructure together to deliver those kind of dollars. We sold around 246 raffle tickets, and then the 22,000 came from a successful auction. From these funds that we've raised to date, we've put $50,500 in grants back on the ground to advance wildlife, $10,000 wildlife-friendly fence conversion at Grizzly, $10,000 to help expand the Access Yes program, $29,000 to the Dry Piney Wildlife Crossing project via the Wyoming Wildlife Natural Resource Trust, which gave Bob Budd and his organization a dollar-for-dollar match in their corpus from our state legislature, and $1,500 to the Wyoming Hall of Fame banquet, with $6,350 committed that held back until the event is rescheduled. We also have an office. We outfitted a professional office. We're in Buffalo, Wyoming, 137 North Main Street. I encourage you all to stop by sometime. I'm out on the road 90% of the time, but if I'm in, I'd love to share a cup of coffee with you. And everyone's seeing this as they go down Highway 16 to Yellowstone, so we are right on a main drag. We've also been across the state meeting with key stakeholders. Here I am with our wonderful First Lady, Jenny Gordon. I've met with state senators, state representatives, small business owners, private individuals, heads of foundations, my NGO colleagues, and most importantly, the Wyoming Game and Fish Department employees. They are the ones on the front line every day. These men and women are absolutely incredible. They taught me so much. We're so lucky to have them. And we are amending our initiatives and our focus based upon what they're seeing, because no one knows better than them. So through every handshake and every elbow bump, we are getting the mission of the Wildlife Fund across Wyoming. Next slide, please. It's okay. So without that, I can just jump ahead a little bit here. Okay, I'll just keep going. So that's what we've gotten done in the first 100 days. We've accomplished a lot. So the road ahead. Let's talk about the road ahead very quickly to wrap up here. So we are partnering with Hunting with Heroes, obviously a great veterans organization that gets disabled vets out in the field. Applaud Dan Kerr and all the work they're doing. This September in Cheyenne, we're going to be co-hosting a golf tournament with them to remember our heroes that fell during September 11th. This will happen on September 12th at the airport golf course in Cheyenne. We have team sponsorship opportunities, whole sponsorship opportunities. So if you're interested, please get with me and I'll avail the information. Another thing we're going to be doing, which is very exciting, is we're going to be hosting 6 events across the state of Wyoming next May. These events are going to be called Evenings of Note. They will be held in private homes and ranches. The hosts will invite 30 to 50 of their closest friends within their sphere of influence. We're having a gentleman come up from Las Vegas. He's a classical guitarist, a collector of fine art, and most importantly, a wildlife lover who inspires people about the importance of philanthropy. These events will be very important to us because I believe that every donor has the right to be a friend first. We need to build credibility and trust with individuals before they put their hard-earned dollars on the table to support our cause. So we're going to not only fundraise, hopefully, through this, but we're going to friend raise. We're going to build relationships as we move forward. And we're going to continue to get across the state, bump elbows, shake hands, and spread the great message of the Wildlife Fund. So that's a little bit about our mission, what we've gotten done in the first 100 days, and most certainly the road ahead. I also encourage you to check out our website. That's another thing we got done in the first 100 days. Fully functional website, wildlifefund.org. And one very neat variable on our website is we've created a wildlife directory to celebrate the 800 plus species that call Wyoming home. So people can go on this wildlife directory, click a picture of a particular animal, and learn a little bit about it. And we hope this inspires people to get involved through either volunteering their time or the giving of their treasures. President Dewey, thank you for this opportunity, members of the commission, and I'll stand at this time if anyone has any questions.
Chris, I mean, you're an incredible guy, incredible skills. I'm sure you'll make this a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd just like to make a comment, Mr. President. Just to quote one of our board members, Mark Wilson, when we were in the process of trying to find our Chris McBarnes, Mark made a comment that we need to find an executive director that's going to drag us up the hill. And I guarantee you, we found him. Chris McBarnes is pretty hard to hang on to and keep a hold of, but he's moving, he's shaking, and he's getting around, and he's getting some things done. And in my plain talk, what I tell people is this young man's full of piss and vinegar, and he's going to be hard to keep up with. So we're very proud of him. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
We have an online store if you guys want to get on to and get some Wildlife Fund swag. And any other NGOs that are in the crowd today, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. This is my contact information. So thank you, folks, and we appreciate all you do. All you do. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to skip to number 6, Jennifer. Thank you for being flexible.
Good morning, Commission President Dewey, members of the Commission. I'm here to present Chapter 31, Regulation Governing Authorized Licensed Selling Agents for the Department. So this regulation regulates the licensed selling agents around the state that sell Wyoming game and fish licenses for the department. The one change in this regulation is a result of the 2020 legislative session and House Enrolled Act 69, which allows licensed selling agents to act as an agent of the department and allows them to collect and charge a processing fee in the amount set by the department and the manner set by the department. So this change is outlined on page 11 of Chapter 31. And what this did is we had to strike the language in L that states that licensed selling agents cannot accept credit card fees. So that is the only change in Chapter 31, is striking that language that previously permitted them from charging a credit card processing fee when selling commission licenses. So I would stand for any questions, and I ask that you approve this regulation as presented.
Any questions? Seeing none, I entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Byrd, seconded by Commissioner Ladwig. Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Angie. We're to number 7 on the agenda.
Good morning, President Dibby, Commissioners. Today we are seeking support for moving 3 large statewide wildlife crossing projects to an active fundraising stage. As you recall, 1 year ago at this meeting, the Commissioners contributed to the highest priority large project, Dry Piney, at $1.25 million, and challenged others to contribute as well. Your leadership and commitment led to the following. It led to WYDOT contributing another $1.25 million. It also led to WYDOT making this project a priority for them and seeking a federal grant. Last year, they put in for 3 federal grants and then were asked which one was their priority, and they selected this one and then received $14.5 million. We've seen Sublette County come and pledge their full support to this project as well, along with Muley Fanatics, the Greater Yellowstone Coalition, and several private donors. As a result, in less than a year, the project is fully funded and 8 underpasses to allow for the safe passage of mule deer are currently being engineered. In addition, as you know, the momentum for wildlife crossing projects in the state continues to impress us. In March, the legislature passed 3 bills. All 3 of these bills allow for a greater opportunity and an easier opportunity for folks to donate to this initiative. The governor kicked off a challenge. He would like to see the purchase of 2,020 license plates by the end of 2020. 2 federal infrastructure bills are currently having lots of conversation, and both of these include funding for wildlife crossings. We have seen counties come actively and vocally support this effort. Specifically, that Teton County passed an excise tax that will go to wildlife crossings in their county. And then we've also seen an increased collaboration between our local regional staff and the local WYDOT district staff in tackling local regional smaller scale projects. So today we are asking and seeking your support to build off this continued success. Today, Jill Randall, our new migration coordinator, will present those 3 projects in more detail. Now, Jill is new in this position, but she's not new to the department. She's got many years of working on habitat issues in the western part of the state. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jill.
Thank you, Mr. President, Commissioners. Thank you for having me here today and listening about 3 projects that I think are a great opportunity for the department to engage in and move forward with. This is not to say that the local projects that are being led by regional personnel are not also occurring alongside of these impressive statewide projects, but these are 3 projects that will require significant fundraising efforts and a large-scale effort from people outside of just regional game and fish personnel and district-wide folks. So, still working on it. The first project that I am going to talk about is potentially a new project for the Commission. This is one I don't believe that you have had a lot of discussion about from the department before, but it is definitely not a new project in concept. The South Kemmer project on Highway 189 is located right between I-80 and the town of Kemmer, and it is a project that has been discussed between WYDOT and Game Fish personnel for over 10 years. A lot of planning has already happened on it, and it's a project that would involve both mule deer and pronghorn species. The Uinta mule deer herd is what overlaps with the project, but we have a lot of collar data from the Wyoming range mule deer that also use this project area during winter months. And the card release pronghorn herd is also involved with this project potentially. The season of use tends to be winter time, daily movements across the highway throughout the winter for mule deer and pronghorn are what's kind of causing the problem on the highway. So this is one of the top 10 statewide projects that I know you've heard about in previous meetings. And that map there is the project area. A little more information about this. On the picture in the upper right there, that is what the wind range looks like adjacent to this project. It's sagebrush and some juniper areas, kind of classic winter range for mule deer and pronghorn in western Wyoming. The solutions that have been identified by our partners on this project are to utilize several underpasses on the south half of the project to facilitate mule deer movement. These locations are primarily using existing structures that are in place and modifying and enhancing them to facilitate better movement throughout the winter range. And on the northern half of the project is where the pronghorn tends to focus, and that solution that has been discussed there is an overpass due to the fact that pronghorn don't tend to utilize underpasses as readily. This project has a very, I guess, rough budget at this point because we haven't been able to put enough planning into specifically identifying the costs, but approximately $7 million is what we're looking at to get this project implemented. It certainly could be included in 2 phases if that were more appropriate for budgets and planning resources.
Mr. President. So, $7 million to build an overpass, I mean, that seems under budgeted. When I look at Halleck Ridge, which is your next presentation, we're talking about one overpass of $30 million. What more can you tell us about the $7 million?
Mr. President, Commissioner Crank, we believe because of the use of the existing structures in place, it will dramatically increase our ability to stretch the funds further. The overpass that's proposed has a really great geographic feature there to be able to take advantage of a ridge that's already in place, which would help with the amount of earthwork needed. The highway is basically cut down through a ridge, and we'd be able to connect that with the structure. So, like I said, the budget is certainly loose at this point and would be refined further moving down the planning phase. The next project I want to bring to you, of course, you have heard of the Halleck Ridge project, as Commissioner Crank just mentioned. This is a great project that has opportunity to, I think, bring a lot of exposure to the state of Wyoming with all the traffic that occurs on I-80. This project is in the Laramie region of the state and does involve several of our big game herds. Both mule deer and elk have potential to benefit from this project. There is also some pronghorn use in the area by several of the adjacent herds. This project is a little different, that we aren't experiencing extremely high collision rates on this stretch, but the goal would be more so to connect habitat that is currently severed and blocked from use because of the interstate. The traffic volume and the use level is high enough that the wildlife have simply stopped using it, and we would like the opportunity to reconnect those migration routes and those seasonal habitats that are adjacent to the interstate. Some more information about this Halleck Ridge project. There's 2 photos there of some existing conditions within this project area. There has certainly been discussion about a potential for an overpass. The photo on the top is one of those potential locations. And the use of existing underpass structures with some enhancement is another component of the project. We believe that the wildlife fencing to funnel these wildlife to use some of the structures with a little bit of improvement, and then the addition of a significant overpass. We're talking 6 lanes of highway to get across, and of course that project comes with a very significant price tag of somewhere in the ballpark of $30 million. WYDOT and the department have been engaged with a consultant that was hired by WYDOT to help with planning efforts on this project. And there have also been a lot of stakeholder collaborations going on. The department has been working with private landowners who will be essential for success of this project. And I believe those conversations are really just starting to ramp up, and they'll be an important step in the planning moving forward. The last project I would like to present to you today is the KC project on I-25. Again, another project that is certainly not new to this commission, but this project also is primarily a mule deer project with a lot of benefits to the Upper Powder River and Pumpkin Buttes mule deer herds. The project would primarily be identifying, well, it has identified a stretch where wildlife fencing would funnel wildlife to existing structures that are being used in an attempt to just keep the critters off the road and reduce the mortalities and collisions that are occurring. There has been an extensive effort already underway with the department, with WYDOT, and some consultants to really lay out and design this project. It is the furthest along in the design phase, and to be quite honest, it's a fairly simple solution. It is building a fence that we know how to build and making sure the critters stay off the highway and use the structures. There's GPS collar data in this area that we are utilizing, as well as a camera study that the department has facilitated, which shows that the existing structures are functioning at a very high level for wildlife to move through already. This camera study and the collar data provides also a unique opportunity to compare before and after results, because we have some data beforehand that we can lean on for potentially doing a comparison after the fact. And this project, we believe, might be in the ballpark of $2.5 million. Of course, if we were moving forward with a significant fundraising effort, that dollar amount would be refined, and we would be able to get at a more specific dollar amount that's needed with talking to WYDOT. Those are the 3 projects I have for today. I am happy to take any questions on them. If I can answer them, I will do so.
Questions?
Mr. President. Jill, and I may have missed it when I was kind of reading some stuff here, but on the I-25 to KC stretch, I think we discussed this once, Angie, too, but isn't that like the deadliest section of interstate for mule deer in the state?
Mr. President, Commissioner Schmidt, it is a significant one. It is not the highest, but the collision rate per mile is certainly one of the more significant ones we have in the state.
I might add, as someone who lives in that area, I had to touch my brakes a couple times coming down to yesterday. But especially with this drought, these critters in that area are coming to the highway to feed. It's not a crossing situation so much as it is coming to the highway to feed on that vegetation, and it's a bugger, Mr. President.
Portion of highway system that is the highest? Have we identified that?
Mr. President, Commissioner Rail, we do have some of that data, and fortunately, we're working to refine that with the new data we've received in the last few years. Those results we're kind of working through with some of the researchers, and we're, I would say, in flux right now. I would hope in the next couple months we'll be able to get that updated information to you guys.
Andy, has Johnson County offered a?
Yeah, I'll chime in, Mr. President, Commissioners. So the local county, Johnson County, reached out to and talked to President Doobie, and then reached out to me and wanted to show their full support in the KC to Buffalo I-25 project, and also offered any in-kind contribution that they might provide, which, as Jill explained with this project, it's a lot of realigning gates and creating new fences. So I think there's a real good opportunity that their contribution could go quite a ways.
Mr. President. So Angie, what are you asking for us today? The commission's kind of support of trying to complete these 3 projects over the next several years?
Absolutely.
Tell us what you're really after.
Yeah, Mr. President, Commissioner Crane, yeah, we would like your support today to push all 3 of these projects into really active fundraising. So therefore, we can lean on our partner organizations to help us do this, and also seek grant opportunities, talk more in depth with the counties and other folks. And last time I brought you 3 projects, and you chose dry claim to push forward. In this case, I'm going to ask you if you would support all 3. I feel that due to the different maybe priorities of folks who might contribute to these, an interstate project might, they might view it differently than, like, say, 189 project, which is more local. And they also, if you notice, are in different parts of the state. And that might have an impact for those who want to contribute as well. Again, I was so pleasantly surprised with how fast dry piney went. And I'm going to be optimistic, and if you tell me just to support 1, we can do that. But I might be knocking on your door in a few months too. So I would appreciate all 3.
Mr. President.
Mr. Crane?
So Angie, I think as just one commissioner, I can support all 3 and say that these are all good areas to study and look at fundraising, starting to get funding available for the completion of all these projects. But also, I'm hesitant to spread ourselves too thin. So I guess the one that appeals to me the most right now is the KC to Buffalo I-25 project, and it appeals to me because the structures are in place, and it's really a fancy project, and it has a potential budget that is very fundable in the near term. So if we were to do something like that, would that be consistent with what you're seeking from the, we say all 3 of these are great projects, but really the one we want you to focus on in the near term is KC to Buffalo. Is that?
Mr. President, Commissioner Crane, that would be perfect. Yep.
Any other discussion?
Well, with that, I'd like to propose a motion. It's 2 parts, Mr. President, so do you want to do them separately or together?
However you'd like to do them.
All right. Well, I'm going to read both of them, and then see what you guys think. But I like Commissioner Crank. I believe KC to Buffalo is the most obtainable right now. That makes the most sense for us right now. It's feasible. It's reachable. And for me personally, I think the wildlife crossings are probably the best place we can put our $100 angler dollars and get the best bang for our buck right now. We get immediate results with highway crossing projects. We save wildlife quickly. So with that, I would like to propose that the commission and the department dedicate $500,000 to support the completion of a wildlife crossing associated with I-25 from KC to Buffalo. The second part of that motion is that I propose the commission to match dollar for dollar all private contributions for this project up to a maximum of $250,000 raised in the next 18 months or 2 years. We can discuss that. This motion will need further approval by the commission as private funding is dedicated to the project, but as a firm commitment by the commission to match private contributions up to the $250,000 if the contributions come to be.
Discussion on?
Well, first of all, is that in the form of a motion or is it just discussion?
Well, I guess discussion.
Discussion?
Mr. President,
Mr. Frank?
I guess I would, as I hear Mike, what he's proposing is we dedicate $500,000 today to this project, which I'm in favor of. I think many times the commission's commitment to wildlife research projects or wildlife crossings as shown by the history of dry pining. I mean, once we committed our 1.25 million, why not committed 1.25 million and then they went out and got a $14 million grant? So I think it's a good thing for the commission to dedicate that 500,000 today. If I understand, Mike, the second part, we may be committing an additional 250,000 to the project if private donations come in to match that 250. So, you know, the whole import of your motion, I guess, would be maybe, you know, with our help, with the 500,000 and a potential match in the future of 250, we could have $1 million of what is estimated to be a $2.5 million project funded in the next year to 2 years.
2 years, right? Roughly half of it.
So would you like to make that in form of motion?
I would like that. I would like to do that.
Second.
All right, the move by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Crank. We have a blue sheet. Jess Johnson? Do we have any Zoom comment?
Mr. President, Commissioners, and Director Nesbitt, who's not here, I'm Jessica Johnson. I'm with the Wyoming Wildlife Federation. I'm their Legislative Affairs Director. The need for wildlife crossings, I think we all know, can't be understated. The thousands of big game animals killed each year on Wyoming's roads tells a story that roadway safety for both wildlife and humans is paramount to the state. The Wyoming Wildlife and Roadways Initiative Implementation Team, which the Federation is a member of, has been successful in identifying collision hotspots throughout Wyoming that need our attention. All 3 of these projects before you are in the top 10 list. These projects include some form of underpass or overpass, which are scientifically proven to reduce collisions by 80 to 90%. That is a clear benefit that will improve roadway safety. The financial investment that you're talking about today towards these projects is twofold. Not only does this investment protect humans and wildlife from collisions, but the animals saved could go on to lead to a higher population objective as well. The Federation supports the department's recommendation to this commission to fund a portion of these very practical and beneficial wildlife crossing projects. I love that you guys are focusing on all of this, and I like and I understand that you want to focus on one. I would urge you to keep the other 2 on board, though. I think Halleck Ridge and I-80 is incredibly beneficial to the optics. Everybody's going to see it. We have 2 federal infrastructure bills going through right now, so having the project moving that's really, really high in optics is going to be really helpful as well. Doesn't necessarily mean financial right away, but keeping those on the board and continuing and talking about all 3 of these, not just one, I think will help push this a little bit farther. However, I very much support the motion that's on the board right now as well. And I will stand for any questions.
Mr. President, one comment.
Mr. Ryle?
I was very glad to hear you say that human safety factors get involved because that seems to be missed once in a while. And that's paramount to me, human and unhuman safety. It accomplishes both. So on these crossings again. And the third thing it accomplishes, especially where we're talking, the majority of this is grant money, the economic benefit of creating jobs.
Mm-hmm.
So, very good. Thank you.
Good
Thank
point.
you. May I respond?
I'd like to thank the Wyoming Wildlife Federation for letting me tag along on a flight over the Wyoming Range last week. It was awesome.
Oh, I'm so glad you were able to come.
Yeah, it was great. We flew right over top of Mike Schmidt. He was down there fishing, playing in the water, or measuring water.
You've got your eyes on
Thank you very
your
much.
dear.
It's been awesome. I appreciate that very much.
Absolutely. Well, thank you guys for all of your work. I would add that the legislature listens really hard to the human safety side of things. So as we include that and how we talk about things, obviously wildlife is the focus here. but it can help sort of bring the state together around all of these projects in many different facets for what we care about, both wildlife and human safety alike. So, thank you.
I'd like to use this opportunity to issue a challenge to some of these other organizations that aren't considered hunting or fishing, may be opposed to it, to help out with these wildlife crossings and make some donations and try to get on board with some of these projects that benefit all of us. Lessening the automobile accidents, saving wildlife lives. I'd like to see some other organizations, rather than just the hunters and fishermen and sportsmen, to contribute to these projects, and these are excellent projects for that to happen. So I'd sure like to see that myself, and I think we all feel the same way about that. Chris McBarnes.
Thank you, President Doobie, members of the commission. I'll keep this brief. You know, the Wildlife Fund, we stand shoulder to shoulder with you folks on this key initiative. I think Commissioner Rail put it perfectly. Not only does it advance ungulate safety, but it advances human safety as well, and that's a huge part of that job creation. So I'm pleased to report that our board has unanimously voted to put our money where our mouth is, to take the challenge of this commission to help kick off this fundraising effort and commit $25,000 here today to the Buffalo to KC Wildlife Crossings project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. I think there's a- Chris, is it Colligan or Colligan? Oh, excuse me. Pay attention. This is a Zoom deal.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the commission, and can you hear me?
Not very well. Hold on a second. Try it again.
Okay, I'll try that again. Thank you, Mr. President, members of the commission. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. I'm Chris Colligan. I'm with the Greater Yellowstone Coalition, the wildlife coordinator for GYC. And I wish I could be there in person today, but wanted to thank you for the opportunity to comment via Zoom. And Commissioner Doobie, I take your challenge very, very serious. And I wanted to say that because of the department prioritizing efforts around wildlife crossings and also showing that these are important to the state of Wyoming and partnership opportunities both with the local area governments and nonprofits and WYDOT, that's made this a real reality for us to be able to help raise and contribute funds for the project. And so to date, for the Dry Piney project, we've been able to raise $400,000 that can be matched through Wyoming Wildlife and Natural Resource Trust account. And that wouldn't be possible without both the department's commitment to these projects as well as their commitment to funding. And that we're still considering future projects right now in times of budget constraints and prioritizing the research and working with WYDOT shows that this work is a priority to the state of Wyoming. And Wyoming is leaps and bounds beyond the neighboring states and the rest of the country on this work. And I really want to credit the commission and the department, thank both of you for all of that work. Not only Angie and Jill, who are great on this topic, but also the local biologists and wardens that we work with in the regions. And here in Teton County, where last fall we were able to successfully pass a SPET measure, special purpose excise tax, to fund $10 million of wildlife crossings. We work so closely with that department staff on every step of the way. And so just want to recognize their efforts and thank you for your support and offer our future support for these projects. And I would try to take any questions if we can via Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Any questions, Chris?
Mr. President.
Commissioner Crane?
Hey, Chris, this is Pat Crane, and it wasn't lost on me, and I think the commission and the department, when early on, we somehow raised $100,000 and dedicated it to the Dry Pine project. I mean, that type of effort and that type of commitment, I think what Commissioner Doobie's looking for when he challenged everyone to help us work on these incredibly important projects. You are a tiny organization compared to some organizations out there like the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation and others that have huge nationwide membership. So I just commend you for your passion, for your dedication, for all the funds you've already raised and are, a critical partner with us in doing these good things. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. President, Commissioner Crank, thank you for those kind words. We're probably known for working on a lot of the charismatic megafauna here in Greater Yellowstone, but we know that it takes all of these species and functioning migrations, and we care about ungulates as well, and myself personally especially. We have membership that are hunters and wildlife watchers, and we care about all species of wildlife, and so it's very near and dear to us, and it's something that we'd like to be able to put our money where our mouth is and support the department.
Thank you, Chris.
Mr. President, I'd like to kind of second Pat's words. I mean, Chris, I got to know Chris a little bit since I've been on the commission, and his passion and dedication for Wyoming's wild places and wild critters is really unmatched. And he puts his heart and soul into what he does. And so I want to thank him for that. I want to thank him for all the work he done on the Dry Piney project. And I also understand that it's Chris's birthday today, so I'd like to wish him a happy birthday. So thank you, Chris, for everything you do.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. All right, thank you. Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, thank you. Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Amy.
Mr. Kennedy, before we leave it, I just think we need to, we're funding KC to Buffalo, but we are, at least I support continuing to work on Howard Ridge and the project down in Kimmer as well. So is that
I think that's the consensus of the commission.
Yeah.
Wholeheartedly endorse that as
Sure.
well.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna skip to 22. Mr. Bibby. Are you overriding?
Mr. President, members of the commission, just for the benefit of the public, as you've noticed, we've been skipping around here with agenda items. We have some things that are time certain. So we're trying to keep, for example, agenda item 5 as close to 10 o'clock as we can. And we have pushed off the awards until the director finishes his discussion with TRW. So would appreciate everybody's patience as we kind of juggle some items around. And so what we're doing now is, as you said, Mr. President, is going to agenda item 22. And we're just trying to cover some of these agenda items that we have not received any public comments on or received any questions, and we're trying to put those up now. So one of those is agenda item 22. It's John Bibby.
Thanks, John.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. President, members of the commission. Megan's been working on getting that map up, so it may take a moment. Originally going to present 2 agenda items to you this morning, one being the McCarty Canyon Ranch, which is adjacent to the Grizzly, the Red Ring Grizzly, WHMA. It's a property for sale. And in between the time we determined to bring it to the commission for some information, it went under contract with a private entity. So if that were to change, we'll bring that back to the commission for an update. But at this point, that property is now looking to be sold. So we'll continue on with the Allsop Lake waterfowl hunting in Albany County. So Allsop Lake is located approximately 10 miles northwest of the city of Wyoming off Herrick Lane. The department holds a permanent public pedestrian access easement at 50 above high water line for fishing access across private land, and the permanent easement for public parking and boat launching on office and state lands and investment property that's adjacent to that. The Butters family that owns the private property surrounding Allsop Lake contacted the department regional personnel and inquired about adding waterfowl hunting to the existing easement. This would be at no cost to the department, and the proposal will expand public access to an existing area already managed by the department. Part of this is that the Butters family received multiple requests over the course of the year for access to come in and waterfowl hunt because it's not part of the existing easement, which they typically grant. And rather than field those requests on an annual basis, they'd like to just make it a part of the permanent easement and move forward. So this time the department's recommending that the commission vote to incorporate waterfowl hunting into the existing easement between the Butters family and the department.
Any questions for John? So I would so move.
Second. All right, so moved by Commissioner Frank, seconded by Ralph. Commissioner Grove. Any more discussion on that? Any blue sheets or Zoom? Megan? All righty, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Deputy Director Kennedy. We're going to go to number 23 for keeping score on the agenda.
Mr. President, members of the commission, thank you. This agenda item is with regard to the agency's website. As you recall, and for benefit of the public, commissioners had a commissioner retreat in early June at the conservation camp. Very productive. A couple of days spent there with agency leadership and the commission discussing a variety of issues. No decisions were made at that retreat, of course. No formal direction to the department. Several priorities of the commission came up. One of those was the agency website, and the commission was, I believe, almost unanimous in their perspectives regarding opportunities for the agency to improve our website. And so we put this on the agenda for today, just to get it out there in front of you and to reaffirm that direction and that importance of the commission's place on the agency's website and get direction from you. If you so wish the department to move forward aggressively and working to redesign the website, we are prepared to do that. And if you have any specific perspective you'd like to provide to us for us to ensure that we address as we do that, we'd be happy to hear that as well.
Any questions? This direction, Commissioner Frank?
So I've probably been the most vociferous about our website. Something that serves our purposes very well, which is a euphemism for some other terms like blessing. So I wholly support looking at trying to redesign the website and even allocating money for that effort in the next several months. One important thing I think we need to keep in mind is that is our kind of main conduit to our customers. And so I think whatever we do going forward, we need to solicit much comment as they're willing to give us about what does the public want from our website? What would make it easier for them to communicate with the department, take licenses, and do the multitude of things that our website must do. So,
Okay.
money?
At this point, Mr. President, Commissioner Crane, no, we don't, but we'll be coming back to you with an ask. What we'd like to do, after the retreat, director's office went back, we worked with our communications team, in particular, Rebecca Fitzgerald, and started talking about this. And I think the approach that we've put together, if the commission's comfortable, is for us to develop a team. We've already identified those multi-divisional team in the department to move forward with the focus of what you just said, Commissioner Crane, to create a department website that informs our customers on how to obtain licenses. It allows users to easily obtain relevant information regarding the department, wildlife management, the state, and allows the department to strategically inform the public. And we would do that through a team with the initial outcome coming back to you with a request for proposal that essentially defines the scope of what this project should look like. To generate that will require work internally and externally. So that will take us a little bit of time to make sure we understand the expectations and the needs of our constituents. We're talking broad stakeholder involvement so that we can make sure we're covering every aspect of the website more than our internal team, because we're used to our website. We know how to navigate through there. So in the past, some work on our website has been based all on internal expectations and needs, and we're going to flip that around. We're going to start with our key constituents and stakeholders. So we'd like to come back to you in the near future with a proposal with a little better cost estimate of what that's going to cost, and you can add that to the budget at the time if you're comfortable with that.
Mr. President. Yeah, I would highly encourage revamping our website. That's one of the things we get the most comments on. I know I myself personally have trouble, and I just know who to call to find out, as opposed to searching all over there.
President. I know you're looking for a webmaster. Has there been any activity that's positive in that area?
Mr. President, Commissioner Ladwick, no. We are still in the process of that recruitment at this time. What we're going to do, we just talked about this at the director's office last week, is we're going to take a look at that position one more time. It's obviously not competitive with private industry or places where other qualified applicants can go for positions. So this is an extremely high priority. We're hearing from the commission today that it's a high priority. We may need to redefine that position, and we may need to consider increasing the salary for that position so that we can be a little bit more competitive.
Mr. President, John, is there any thought into how you're going to obtain public comment, public opinions of the website? How you're going to go about that?
Mr. President, Commissioner Schmidt, yes, and I'd let Rebecca go ahead and talk about the public engagement process.
Thanks, Jim.
Commissioner President, members of the commission, yes, one of the things that we're looking at is that robust public comment, and one of the things that will include is a combination of surveys and focus groups, both. And one of the things we're considering is, as we put together the proposal and as we take it out, we're going to have got two components of the website that we'll be working on revamping: the back end, and clearly the most important component that everybody sees and works through, the front end. There are companies that are out there that will help us take that public comment, and that's what they do. They build off of utilizing that. So we'll take that in consideration as we look at the budget and that opportunity, whether we're looking at a third party to help us conduct that effort. We have developed a survey in-house and it is ready to go to the public and internally. It's just one of those things, given the robustness of the scope, is that appropriate? It may be appropriate. We have to kind of assess the budget component of that, but that's right now it's looking at a survey, and also focus group is the main primary component of that. And it will include both a survey internally, but externally, obviously focus groups internally, externally, and multiple stakeholder groups.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Thank you.
I'm gonna, Chief Pips, Greg, let's see if we can do this. Can you,
Mr. President, so I'm hearing strong direction from the department to move forward on redesigning the website.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm sorry about that.
That's fine. And I think we ought to be looking at getting a webmaster agreed as a higher priority, because that would be the leader of designing the site. In my mind, that seems like there should be a webmaster involved in this.
Commissioner Ladwick, we agree with that. You know, folks couldn't hear it, was Commissioner Ladwick's comment was considering the recruitment of a webmaster as our high priority, and we will do that.
Thank you very much. That was one thing at the retreat that was
Very well.
Yeah.
I've asked, thank you very much for bearing with us on this agenda. We're trying to accommodate the director as well as the legislature. So I asked Chief Phipps to do number 19, and then after that we'll break. That sound good to you guys? Good. Mr. President, members of the commission, we do have some licensed selling agents appointments for this meeting. We've got Sundance Travel Center, Sundance, Wyoming. Warden's evaluation, no issues. There are 2 other agents located in Sundance, and 2019 license sales total $22,500 there in Sundance from one agent. The other agent just opened, so we don't have a summary of sales data for them just yet. The Du Bois Superfoods in Du Bois, Wyoming. Again, no issues with that applicant. There are 3 agents in Du Bois. Last year, total license sales out of Du Bois was $71,370. And then new license agent, National Bighorn Sheep Center, there in Du Bois, Wyoming. No issues with that. Same 3 agents there in Du Bois, and license sales were the same as well. So the department's recommended to the commission to vote to approve the Sundance Travel Center in Sundance, Du Bois Superfood, and the Bighorn National Sheep Center in Du Bois. Thanks, Brad. Any questions for Greg? Entertain a motion. I'm on. So moved. Second. Been moved by Commissioner Ryle, seconded by Commissioner Ladwig. Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thanks, Greg. Yes. Okay, we'll break until 10 o'clock.
Welcome back.
Thanks, Director Nesbitt. Good to see you.
Mr. President, members of the Commission, Director Nesbitt, our next agenda item is our presentation of Chapter 47. And you're very familiar with Ken Mills. He'll have a presentation. This is the 6th year of, or the 6th season cycle that we'll be presenting today. And so with that, I'd just like to turn it over to Ken and let him get started. Thank you.
You poor folks, 6 times now. That's all right, it's there. So, Director Nesbitt, President Doobie, members of the commission, it's good to be here. In lieu of not being able to talk to you guys in April, I'll have a little bit more of an update on wolf numbers and population status this time, but I'll move through it relatively quickly. So, we'll see if this works. And do I need to point somewhere specific, or? So I probably pushed it too many times. So one of the things I wanted to remind that I tend to do every time we talk is the element that we've made specific commitments in the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission's wolf management plan. Those are the things that outline how we approach wolf management in the state. The first of those is the commitment to manage for at least 10 breeding pairs, at least 100 wolves in the wolf trophy game management area. So that's the area where wolves are designated as trophy game year-round, the primary area where we are trying to maintain those population objectives. The reminder for breeding pairs, that is an adult male, an adult female wolf that raise at least 2 pups of the year to the end of the calendar So it's really a basic measure of reproductive success. There's a broader commitment statewide that we're only a part of to have at least 15 breeding pairs and 150 wolves, including Yellowstone and the Wind River Reservation. So the expectation is that those extra 5 breeding pairs and 50 wolves will be present in Yellowstone and the reservation. The other commitment we have is to have adequate regulatory mechanisms to ensure the population meets those population objectives. That includes wolf hunting season. So that will be something you guys will decide today. The third primary commitment, and we'll see if you can just, I have a lot of steps in these because they're complicated. So the third commitment is genetic interchange between wolf populations, or subpopulations I call them, in the Northern Rocky Mountains. So there's 3 steps on it. You might have to hit it every time. So moving through the system. Yeah. So I will remind you, this is wolves were re-delisted in April of 2017. So this is this past April was the 3rd year of our 5-year post-delisting monitoring period. There'll be 2 more years to that. So the annual report for 2020, which will be in April 2021, and then in 2022, that will be the end of the 5-year post-delisting monitoring period. Also, a question I get, our commitments are maintained after that period the same as they are now because they're written in the wolf management plan. That is our guiding document for how we're managing the population. So, and it's still thinking, but that's okay. So I mentioned the annual report we just released. That was in April. That summarizes all of the wolf population data, conflict data, everything involved in calendar year 2019. And so every year we release that report. Some of the graphs I have, if they come back, are summaries of that report. The first one's wolf population. Generally, what we see are higher populations when wolves have been listed. So after hunting seasons and state management from 2012 to 2013, so those 2 years, wolf populations were reduced as our management plan outlined. 2014, they were relisted, the population increased and increased pretty steadily through 2017 when wolves were again delisted and then were again reduced. So last year, at the end of last year, we had at least 175 wolves in the wolf trophy game management area. That's our primary area again, and that's the number we pay most attention to. When you look at number of packs, also tend to be reduced when wolves are delisted through hunting, livestock control, so control following conflicts with livestock. So breeding pairs really becomes our limiting factor though. So the last 2 years, last year we had 13 breeding pairs in the trophy game area at the end of the calendar year. The year before we had 11. So as you can see, that's more a limiting factor than the 152 wolves or 175 wolves we had in the previous 2 years. So what are the next steps? Are we likely to get it, or you want me to freestyle it? Sure. Yeah, that'd be great. Because there's a few graphs. I might have to turn it around and click through so you guys can see it. So
We have that.
you have all the data.
Yeah.
You got the data. Perfect. So I can keep rolling. What was my next slide? I can't remember. It's populations, the management plan. I had information on wolf mortality. So wolf mortality was pretty high in 2017 and 2018. That was because we were attempting to reduce the population from the high levels they reached after they were relisted in 2014. So that was one thing I showed, and so that's an improvement. We were around 100 wolves that died from all causes last year, and so that's something we want to see is a more manageable wolf population. Now that we've got it closer to our objective, it should take less mortality overall to keep it there. Yes, sir.
Let's wait till we get all this stuff so that everybody can see
Sounds good, because I assume folks at home can't see it either.
No.
Yeah, okay. Hey, hard copy, so.
Are we ever gonna get it up on the screen there, or is that not gonna happen right now?
Yeah,
You're working on it?
and this in large part is more or less just a review of the wolf annual report. And so that data is all available online if you really want to dig into details. Yeah, you can ask as many questions as you like.
I got a question.
Yeah, Commissioner Frank.
So as I read the numerous comments we received on this proposal, sorry. As I read the numerous comments we received on this proposal, one common theme was comments with regard to changing the opening date for wolf season from September 1st to September 15th, I believe, in the proposed regulation.
That's correct, Commissioner.
So when I was talking about that while we're waiting to get your stuff up, I mean, and I'll just throw out my idea. And first, I guess I'd ask you to explain the reason why you're moving it to, or proposing moving it to the 15th. Why don't you do that first?
You want me to explain that now?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, I can do that. So when we look at the data from the last 2 years when we've had a September 1st season, as I explained, we have a dual objective for wolves. We have breeding pairs, which tends to be the one that limits us the most because we get closest to that objective. And we have wolf numbers. So when you look at that relationship and the last 2 years of data, it's fallen quite low compared to the average. So it's falling near our 95% confidence level, if that makes sense. So
what is falling to the 95% confidence level?
It's hard to explain without the graph.
All right, well, we'll wait.
Okay. But largely it's back. Good. We will get there. It's an integral part of the end of the presentation. So those are our dual parameters, breeding pairs, number of wolves. What is good though, is that those are highly related. So when we manage for a number of wolves, we can have a high expectation of having a specific number of breeding pairs at the end of the year. If that relationship wasn't as strong as it was, we'd have a much more difficult time predicting what was going to happen based on managing for wolf numbers. And so it's a lot easier to manage wolf numbers than whether there's an adult male and adult female and two pups. So very advantageous, this relationship, and it comes to play in all of the management decisions we make. So I'll try this again, see if it is going to like me. Yeah, you might just have to move it for me. There you go. So just a reminder, inside the green, Northwest Wyoming, that is our wolf trophy game management area. And that is our area with the majority of suitable wolf habitat, and also the area that we have made the commitments to manage for our wolf population objectives. So we can move on from that one. There you go, annual report. You can jump past that. I talked about that. Yeah, go for it. No, these will kind of fly by quick. Go on. Keep going. Yeah, I talked about some of this. So wolf distribution is largely the same as what it has been in the past. That's the graph of our known wolf packs in Northwest Wyoming. We get a lot of comments about missing wolf packs and so on. And as you can see, the odd shaped territories are ones that we've tracked through GPS collars or telemetry collars, so traditional radio collars. Pretty thorough distribution, collars in the vast majority of our packs. The packs similar to the ones on the Idaho border that are circles, those are packs that we did not have collars in. So we're tracking most of the wolf packs in the state, which gives us a very accurate picture of how many wolves we have.
Mr. President, Kid, before you go on, so as I look at the Wind River Indian Reservation, which would be in the bottom right map.
Yes.
You have documented packs really just along the boundaries. That leads me to the question about, the tribes have management authority over wolves within the boundaries of the Wind River Indian Reservation. Is that accurate?
Commissioner Crank, that is correct. The tribes have a management authority.
So do they do much active monitoring on the reservation? If any, I guess what I conclude from that is some of our packs with collars in them go back and forth between the reservation and non-reservation land, so we know about those, but there may be other packs within the Wind River Indian Reservation that we know nothing about because they don't have collars on them, nor do the Native American wildlife agencies monitor collar wolves within the boundaries. Is that, what are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, Commissioner Crank, I have two thoughts on that. The first one is the Fish and Wildlife Service out of the Lander office is the one that primarily looks at wolf monitoring within the boundaries of the the Wind River Reservation. They do some active monitoring, some active capturing. They have collars this year they'd like to deploy. And so there is a pack that's on the southern boundary that spreads and probably fills the St. Lawrence pack, probably fills the majority of that front between the Arrow Mountain pack that doesn't look occupied. It probably is. The second observation is the large part of that. So you have the Wind River front, and then you have the Owl Creek Mountains. Those are the areas of potentially suitable wolf habitat. The remainder of the reservation is not. Okay. So that's why we don't have wolves there. Okay, we can go on, Megan. So reduced mortality, I mentioned that from pretty much all causes. You can hit the next one, please. This one I want to spend slightly more time on. This is in Wyoming outside of Yellowstone in the Wind River Reservation. So it's not just the trophy game area. But what we see is that reduced population after 2017 as we intentionally managed wolf numbers down. What you see is a concurrent reduction in the number of cattle documented to have been killed by wolves and the number of wolves killed in response, so to cattle conflicts. And so you can see we've through our management been able to push those conflicts down and also reduce the number of wolves taken in lethal control actions. And so that's a positive. We're down towards our lower levels that we were experiencing from 2008 or 9 through 2014. And so that's a positive trend, something we were trying to see in our wolf data through our management actions. So next one, please.
And
yes.
Do we have any information as to cattle numbers in areas where they're at, as to whether or not there's fewer cattle in the area?
President Dubey, those numbers exist, and in some areas we actually have increased cattle numbers. So, for example, in Crandall, northwest of Cody, we have a higher stocking rate now than we did 5 years ago. But largely, from my perspective and from what I know, it's been relatively stable. The conflict areas we've had in the past continue to be the conflict areas we have now. We've managed to reduce the overall rate. So just as summary of wolf hunting seasons, you can see the hunt areas, the season dates. There were 26 wolves taken during the hunt out of a mortality limit of 34. Some areas closed relatively quickly. So hunt areas 1 and 3 were in September, as well as hunt area 10. And then we had some that closed at the end of the hunting season date, whether that was December 31st or March 31st for hunt area 13. So all this data feeds back into our system, and if Megan jumps to the next one,
Ken, I have a question for you on that last slide.
Yep.
So the total 2019 quota was 34, and we harvested 26.
That is correct.
Is that due to fewer wolves or smarter wolves?
Well, I think there's multiple factors. In some areas, it's fewer wolves. So in hunt areas 3 and 4, for example, there's fewer wolves there right now versus what there were a few years back. And you can see later on we've responded to that by trying to combine those hunt areas to make hunting a little more effective there, a little more flexible. But certainly wolves learn, just similar to how elk have learned what survival looks like in the presence of wolves and adapt behaviorally. So do wolves. And so that could also be part of it. Thank you. Yep, you're welcome, Commissioner Schmidt. So we can go to the next one. So don't get caught in all the numbers here. Just something we do every year is look at what did we predict and how did it end up at the end of the year. So constant evaluation of how we're setting seasons and what the results of those seasons are. So we were pretty close, within 10% on both of our objectives. So our population and breeding pair objectives. The wolf population was slightly less resilient to human-caused mortality than we predicted, but we saw a population that was slightly above our population objective because non-hunting human causes were actually significantly less than what we anticipated. And you'll see this is an adaptive process. There's a reason we look at the data every year, because every year we make the decision what's best based on what we have and what we've learned. So we're still moving through the process of learning with wolf hunting seasons. And so this is one thing you'll see an adjustment for in this season setting process. So you can carry on. So license sales were lower in 2019 than they have been before. That's even with the option of buying 2 licenses per hunter. Not sure if that's, so to say, fatigue hunters not buying licenses anymore, or if that was potentially because some of those hunt areas that would have been popular for wolf hunting closed early. So a lot of the rifle seasons don't open until later in September. So those early closures, for people going in the field, buying their wolf license last minute, maybe just didn't do it. The season was closed. We'll keep watching that trend. And another trend we continue to watch is just age classes of wolves taken in the hunt. As you can see in September, juveniles compose about half the wolves taken, drops to closer to 40% in October, and adults kind of increase through that time. We'll talk about that a little later. And now,
Mr. President.
Okay, yes.
Sorry, Ken.
Yep.
I have a question on that. That's the slide here. What is the, can you give us an idea what constitutes a juvenile, subadult, and an adult?
I can, yes. Commissioner Schmidt. A juvenile is a pup of the year, so born in the 3rd week of April approximately. Okay. They get harder to identify the longer the season goes on. So certainly some of the wolves in December in particular that are classified as subadults may be juveniles, but they have full adult dentition at this point. So they have their adult teeth and they're very close physically to a subadult. So they're harder to tell without actually taking a tooth. Subadult is a 1 to 2 year old wolf and an adult is 3-year-old. Why do we subdivide it that way? It doesn't make a lot of difference whether it's a subadult or adult in that sense. What morphologically, what their bodies are like, but wolves generally don't breed until they're coming on their 3rd birthday. So that's why we look at it that way. Thank you. Okay. So let's talk about the wolf hunting season proposal. You can just jump by that one. Make the transition. So, yeah, good, thanks. So there's 3 main components we look at. We have to set a population objective. So where are we going to try to move the population or maintain the population?
I'm sorry, can I back you up to that slide?
We'll see it again if you want to wait, but I can back up for sure.
Well, we have it up.
Yep.
In September, we harvest 47% juveniles. And in October, we harvest about 40%. So we're talking about maybe a 90% difference between September 1 and October 1.
That's correct.
and we harvested 26 wolves last year. So we're talking about harvesting 90% of six.
Of the 26?
Yeah.
Yeah, these are long-term averages, but
So do we know how many wolves we actually harvested in September versus October versus November?
I do. I'd have to go back to the information. I have summarized it. I believe it's in the annual report even. But off the top of my head, the exact numbers I do not have. We could count up many of them through the actual table though.
Okay. We're talking about the difference between a September 1st versus an October 1st season. We're talking about harvesting 1 or 2 more juvenile wolves with that change. Am I missing something?
September 1st to September 15th, Commissioner Crank, or October 1st?
October 1st.
No, it's higher than that. If we walked through the actual table, on area 1 had a limit of 4, closed in September, so there's 4.
That could be 2 juveniles.
Yeah, it's 2 juveniles out of those 4. Yeah. And then we had multiple other places. Hunt Area 3 had 2, closed in September. Hunt Area 10 had 2, closed in September. Hunt Area 5 had 1, closed in the first week of October. So there's a number of, without actually going through and calculating, we're talking about not a really large, dramatic number of wolves. That's, I think, the point you're making.
Well, as you went through that, I was adding in my head, so we're looking at those closure dates. We're talking about killing 5 more juveniles than maybe we would kill if we opened it October 1st.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we potentially a relatively small number, but there's a few more graphs as we get into this that I also want you to see.
Okay.
Okay. That were part of our deliberation process in the Wildlife Division. So, yeah, so if we can go back to that, 2 down from there, 3 things we have to set: a population objective, an estimated impact of human-caused mortality, and an estimated non-hunting mortality. And Megan, this one, maybe we should just go by. You got to click through it anyway, so I'll talk about it. This is just a hypothetical wolf population going through the year. The yellow line is numbers of wolves, so a little bit of mortality from January to April, but wolf pups are born in mid-April, and so that's where you see that increase in the population. And then wolves die from all different human causes. Go ahead, Megan. So we're trying to estimate how many wolves are going to die from non-hunting causes. Go ahead and hit it again. We're trying to estimate how much human-caused mortality would it take to actually stabilize the population from where it started to the end of the year. Go ahead. We calculate the difference in that, and we can apply that mortality limit to stabilize the population. Then we set a population objective, and we calculate the difference there, and that is the mortality limit that it takes to reduce the population. So just a graphical form of kind of how a wolf population moves and what we're actually calculating. So let's look at setting the wolf population objective. Go ahead. So this is the relationship I showed at the beginning with our dual objectives: number of wolves compared to number of breeding pairs. They are highly correlated, so that's a positive again. If you click it, Megan, you can see on average, well, click it one more time here. The other one, there you go, one more time. So you can see on average, we need about 114 wolves to have 10 breeding pairs. Again, that's an average, half the years above, half the years below. That blue line is our objective, or at least our commitment to 10. The red line is that 95% confidence level. So click it one more time. We have 146 wolves in the population. We can be 95% confident we'll meet that objective. Okay. So go ahead on the next one. So we continue to propose the same population objective of 160 wolves. That gives us that extra buffer above that 10 breeding pairs that makes it highly unlikely we'll fall below. Certainly we've gotten close. You can see the two blue dots there near the red line the last few years. So we want to maintain a high confidence that we're going to meet that breeding pair limit. So that's our proposed objective for the year. Go ahead and on to the next one. Estimating the impact of human-caused mortality, a similar graph, number of wolves along the bottom, percent human-caused mortality along the vertical axis, relatively strong relationship there. Go ahead and click it. And you can see that at that 175 wolf level, we estimate that it would take about 38.7% mortality to stabilize the population. Go ahead. Click it twice. So in the past, so for setting the previous wolf hunting seasons, we've looked at the long-term average for estimating the non-hunting human-caused mortality rate. That was 23%. That's how we set it last year. And you can see by 2019, that low blue bar, you can see we were quite a bit below that. So what we wanted to do is reevaluate. We're collecting more data during hunting seasons. Can we look at this a different way where our predictions can be more accurate? If Megan hits the, show you another graph here. And you can see a similar graph, wolves on the bottom, percent human-caused mortality on the vertical axis. And you can see a relationship, click it one more time. And so we can put a regression line, a best fit line on that. And then if you click it one more time, at 175 wolves, we estimate that we will have about 19.5% non-hunting human-caused mortality this year. So this is an adjustment. It's a different way of looking at things. But it's using the data, and now that we seem to have a consistent relationship over time, that gives us an advantage in estimating versus using the average. So next one. So let's just walk through the calculations. No secrets here. Everything's just based on the numbers I've shown you. So we start the year at 175 wolves. We estimate that if 68 wolves die, so 38.7% of the 175 wolves die, we will stabilize the population at 175. Go ahead. We're proposing to reduce the population by 15, so we add those to the 68, and essentially what that means, go ahead, is if 83 wolves die from human causes, we should end up, based on historical data, at around 160 wolves. We have not accommodated for non-hunting human causes yet, so that's at 19.5%, which equals 34 wolves. We take those out of the 83, and we end up with 49 wolves proposed for the wolf mortality limit in the wolf trophy management area. So this is hunt areas 1 through 11 and hunt areas 13, 14. Click it one more time. We still have hunt area 12 to deal with. That is the seasonal wolf trophy game management area. So let's click that one more time. We propose 2 wolves in that mortality limit for a total of 51 wolves as an overall mortality limit for this year's wolf hunting season. Okay. Hunt areas, relatively straightforward. We're proposing the same hunt areas we had before, but as I mentioned, we're proposing to combine hunt areas 3 and 4. There's fewer wolves than have been there for a while, so we want to provide a little more opportunity, a little more flexibility there for that mortality limit. The other areas have been combined in previous years. So one more, and we'll get to this part. So proposed season dates. I wanted to walk through just a little bit of data, so you guys can see what we deliberated in the 4 regions in Northwest Wyoming and with Wildlife Division leadership to come to a proposed change. Generally, this is a similar graph. Recruitment measured by the percent of packs that qualified as a breeding pair at the end of the year is density dependent. So the more wolves we have, the less likely a certain pack is to raise at least 2 pups of the year to the end of the year. So those are you can see the blue dots there are years we've had hunting seasons. They largely fall below the line. Nothing that's astounding or a problem in that sense. It's in a lot of ways expected. So let's look at the next graph. Here's where this graph comes back into play, and I mentioned Commissioner Frank. So you can see when we've had October 1st openers, the blue dots, the relationship is held really constant. So it's held right along the average, keeps those relationships tight. In other words, we have a higher predictability when the data falls out on the average line. When you look at September 1st seasons, those are the purple dots. Go ahead and put a circle there. So they both fall down near the bottom of that relationship. And so just to put numbers to it, when we proposed wolf hunting seasons in 2018, that relationship said we needed 139 wolves to maintain at least 10 breeding pairs. In 2019, it was 142 wolves, and this year it's 146 wolves. So the more points we have that fall out toward the bottom of the line, the farther that line moves away from the average, and the more wolves we will need to be 95% confident that we will maintain 10 breeding pairs, depending on this relationship and how we make the choices. So that's an increase of 7 wolves over 2 hunting seasons. So I think that's largely the driver of why we're proposing at least a middle ground on wolf season dates of September 15th, is try to get those points higher up. 2 data points are not a lot to say this is a long-term trend, but I think they're significant in the point that if we continue to have data points there, it will be more difficult for us to maintain breeding pairs without increasing or at least staying where we're at. And so that's as far as the data goes, what the background is on that decision. There's some other considerations as well that we can talk about if you want to walk through. So if you go to the next one, the same graph. Yes, it's not necessarily numerically a lot of wolves taken in September that are juveniles, but the previous graph suggests that there at least an impact there of some sort. And so that's largely the information we talked about among the regions and among the wildlife division in bringing forth this decision, or at least this proposal. We did have a few comments for later hunting seasons as well, when pelts are prime, when there's more hunters out on the landscape. So those were one of the other things we've heard from hunters themselves, but also feedback to keep September 1st season. So if you skip to the next one, so this would be the table for proposed wolf hunting seasons. You have your hunt areas, your hunt area numbers. I proposed season dates opening of September 15th, except for hunt area 12. Wolves are designated as predatory animals through October 14th, so they switch to trophy game animals on October 15th. So that's the date there. December 31st closures, with the exception of hunt area 13, which is proposed to be extended to the end of March for concerns over wolf interactions with bighorn sheep. We jump to the next one. So, of course, went through the public comment process. Much fewer comments than previous years, given the circumstances that we've all had to deal with lately. 13 written comments, 91% opposed, 9% support. Those in opposition, I mentioned wolves' roles in the ecosystem, negative impacts to tourism, the economy. We had, again, preference for September 1st openers. Wolves control disease, opposed trophy hunting, a lot of the normal ones we get. The September 1st opener is really the primary comment that pertained to our specific proposal. And so we also had requests for earlier archery seasons. So in this case, it was requested September 1st to 15th to fill in that gap with archery or later openers. So one more. So we bring this proposal before you. It's consistent with the commission's wolf management plan. We have pretty tight sideboards for how we manage wolves. And so we try to propose this season that seeks that stable population at a lower level while also reducing conflicts with livestock, wolf densities in areas where there's a higher potential for them to impact big game species as well. And as you guys may be tired of looking at graphs, it looks at population theory of how populations should operate and the data that we've collected. So you've seen us adapt to how we do this year after year. It never seems quite the same. And as we continue to, I say invent the wheel, because there really was no wheel to reinvent. We'll keep looking at it and making new assessments every year. So with that, I will stand for questions.
And excuse me, Mr. President,
Commissioner Ryle?
this will be ever changing, though. I mean, this will always, we'll always adapt to what the wolf is going to do, so it's safe to say, isn't it?
Yeah, Mr. President, Commissioner Ryle, it does change so long as I say we're kind of micromanaging the wolf population in a lot of senses, and definitely compared to other states we are, because we have fewer wolves. And as we collect data over time, we'll learn more, and that's that data will feed back into this process, and that's what will at least drive our proposals coming to you, and that adaptive form as we learn more and see more and even adjust to specific circumstances on the ground.
Any more comments?
Mr. President, I have a question. Again, everything you presented here is for the greater management trophy area. The 10 breeding pairs and the estimated 176 wolves.
Yeah,
We
Mr.
know the
President.
wolves are outside of that area. Do we have a good estimate on total wolves?
Yeah, Mr. President, Commissioner Brokaw, that's something that we don't have a great handle on because we spend very little effort monitoring wolves outside of the trophy game area. We certainly have some collared packs that are there that either Wildlife Services has trapped a wolf because it's in a conflict area, or we've had a wolf move out of the trophy game area. So we'll always have some of that monitoring going on. But as far as in-depth monitoring, that's not a focus for us because those wolves are designated as predatory animals, so they're not under our purview, and they may not persist long. There was another comment that I was thinking there. It's just an area that we don't pay a lot of attention to. However, we have included as much information as we have in our annual report. And so we know there at the end of the calendar year, there were about 25 to 30 wolves in that area. So we keep some tabs, but it's not, the monitoring isn't to the degree that we can give as good of answers as we have for the trophy.
Any other questions from the commission at this point?
Mr. President, I move we accept chapter 47 as presented.
I'll second.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Brokaw, seconded by Commissioner Berger. All right, we'll go with blue sheets. First up, I have Cy Gillen.
President Doobie, members of the commission, Director Nesbitt. Here today representing the Wyoming Outfitter Guides Association. And we submitted a comment requesting that we keep the wolf opener at September 1st. And I think our organization was kind of the driving force to open it September 1st in the first place. And it's a real simple argument. It's about hunter opportunity. As Commissioner Crank pointed out, it's a minimal number of wolves that are affected by this opener of September 1st. There's a significant number of hunters that their only chance they're ever going to have to go wolf hunting is when they draw a sheep tag. In those sheep areas, they may buy a wolf license and take a chance of possibly having the opportunity to harvest a wolf. In addition to, if you go September 15th, you're cutting out 2 weeks of archery elk hunters that have no chance at the opportunity to possibly hunt a wolf. This commission is very sensitive to hunter opportunity. I hear it all the time at these commission meetings. I don't think this issue is any different. We have a species that's managed by a limited quota, like the wolf license is. Hunter opportunities is important, and it should be given a significant amount of value. Going down the road in the future, we had three wolf areas that were closed last year in September. I think there's a way of fixing that in the future so that those hunters that are going to go on the field in October or later have a crack at a quota, and that's to split these quotas. So if you get an area that has a 4 wolf quota, you get an opportunity to put 2 of those wolves in September 1st and save the other 2 for an October opener, and then roll into October any wolves that weren't taken in September. I think long term, that's your best solution to presenting as much quota as you can, as much hunter opportunity as you can on this wolf season. So it's an issue some of our members feel strongly about. Others are lukewarm to it, but we really don't see any impact to the wolf population or the management plan at all by having more hunter opportunity presented. Thank you.
Thanks. Any questions for Si? Thank you. Steve Martin.
Good morning, President Dewey, Commissioners, Director Nesbitt, Steve Martin with Bowhunters of Wyoming. I was one of the ones that put in a comment to establish an archery season with the proposed September 15th opener to allow an archery season from September 1st to September 15th. To piggyback on what Si commented on as far as allowing opportunity for archery hunters to have a chance to, an opportunity to hunt wolves during that 14 days. And I've discussed this with Ken, and one of the things I asked Ken was how many wolves have been taken with archery equipment since we reestablished the hunting season. He informed me that there has been 0 taken with archery equipment. There's been one now. So the impact is minimal, but the opportunity is great. So that's one of the things that I recommended. I also recommended that we have an education program established so that we can inform wolf hunters the difference between a juvenile, subadult, and an adult male or adult wolf. I think this will be, detrimental as far as hunter selection in future years. Because a lot of hunters, they'll shoot the first wolf that they see, but then if we educate them, maybe they'll and push for them to, or at least encourage them to take adult wolves that we won't have as big an issue as what we see now. Thank you.
Any questions for Steve? Thank you, Steve. Okay, on Zoom, we have Karen Mahuna. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Hold on a second.
Hello?
Again. Karen?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi. First of all, I'd like to thank you, President and Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Corinne Mahuna, and to be honest, I'm having a hard time with being able to understand the need to slaughter the wolves. In reviewing the reports as well as other data, I see no justifiable reason to limit the wolf population in Wyoming to 160 wolves in the areas outside of the Yellowstone National Park and the Wind River Reservation. The 150 wolf target was set as a benchmark for delisting of the wolves so that the management could go back to the state. It was never intended to be the maximum population objective, and nor has it anything to do with the carrying capacity, and yet that's how Wyoming has been treating it. Wyoming simply is doing the minimum possible right now to keep wolf management in their hands. Basically, I mean, how proud would you be if your child were to say, oh, I'm just going to go ahead and if I get a D, I'm going to pass in school. That's, you know, and the same thing. How much respect do we have for a worker that does the minimum possible to be able to keep their job? I don't think that you're giving the wolf credit for what its worth is to the ecosystem and to the people of this country. So, I mean, what possible reason does Wyoming have to suppress the wolf population? Is it because you are worried that the wolves will devastate the elk and deer populations? Considering that those numbers have been stable in both populations, and that in the deer population, you've actually had 2 record or near record harvests in the last 10 years, that can't be a reason. You know, and I looked at towards your data on wolf livestock conflict. Wyoming has 1,330,000 cattle. We have 360,000 sheep and about 11,600 farms and ranches. With the exception of 2 years, less than 100 animals total have been either killed or injured by wolves. This is a drop in the bucket compared to the total population of livestock and also compared to the overall mortality of livestock prior to their being slaughtered for human consumption. Less than 1% of ranchers in the area where there are wolves are ever affected by wolf livestock conflict. Wyoming has never given the wolves really a chance to stabilize their populations at the carrying capacity, as has been done in Minnesota and Wisconsin and Michigan, all of which have much larger wolf populations in similar sized areas. All of those populations stabilized on their own when they reach carrying capacity. And it looks like really the Wyoming wolf population was starting to do that before we started the hunt in 2012, because the population was pretty stable. It had increased, and then it was pretty stable for about 4 years. And then you started the hunting. The wolf suppression in Wyoming is totally unjustified. Wolves are a part of our heritage. They have been a keystone species in Wyoming and North America for tens of thousands of years, and they have kept a healthy, diverse, vibrant ecosystems intact. Wolves are social and sentient beings that are much more like us than 99% of the other animals. They deserve to live without the persecution and here in their homeland. And wolves are what has made and continues to make this land great. It is past time that us European immigrants acknowledge that and allow them to live freely in this land. I'm asking you to please stop this outdated and irrational persecution and slaughtering of the wolves. We should be able to coexist besides them. We have the tools, we know how to do that. They're not affecting hunter opportunity numbers in terms of ungulates. They don't have a big impact on livestock industry. It's almost non-existent, very, very minimal. So please, can't we look at a better model than to try to keep them to the very minimum that you possibly have to keep them? I'd like to see you plan rather for them to be able to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Any questions for Karen? All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have Lisa Robertson.
Hi, good morning.
Morning. You're up.
Yeah, good to see you all. Thank you. President Doobie, I just have 3 questions, or actually 1. I want to just commend the commission for continuing not to trap and snare wolves in the trophy zone. We appreciate that. Number 1, I came in the middle of the presentation. I was in a legislative meeting, but I wanted to ask, and this might be for Ken, if there are any non-lethal alternatives which are being using in the state today by game and fish, and where those areas are.
She's asking you, Ken.
So, yeah, Mr. President, members of the commission, Lisa. Yeah, we have 3 miles of library that the department owns for sure that is ready to be used whenever it's requested. There's none on the ground right now because we haven't had any requests, but that is available. We have other alternatives, including the inflatable scary guys. I don't know the name of them. What are they called? I did pretty good. I nailed it. So we have those guys, and we have some lights available as well, from what I understand. So I think those tools are available upon request. We do offer those in situations where they would apply. Library, primarily small calving pastures earlier in the season, once wolves or once cattle move on to larger summer pastures, they're not very effective. So that's the answer right now.
Do you
Okay,
hear that?
Mr. Chairman? President Doobie, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, so it sounds like there are no non-lethal alternatives being used this year.
That's the way I heard it. Sounds like it. That we know of. Dan Thompson is going to comment as well.
Director Nesbitt, President, sorry, we got President Doobie, thanks, Commission. Lisa, as you know, we presented information. We used a lot of the lighting and some of the other electrified components in the Dakota region this last year. You're also aware we are working with USDA Wildlife Services currently with a non-lethal specialist as their position. They're putting up like a fence all throughout Northwest Wyoming, at least for this summer. So there are a lot of things going on the ground to help reduce proactively conflicts with carnivores and livestock and people. That answers your question.
Are you talking to me, Dan?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that does answer my question. Thank you. I do know that Wildlife Services has an $80,000 grant to do just that from NRDC, and Defenders of Wildlife gave them the grant to use some non-lethal alternatives, and that's good news. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more question, please. President Doobie, if that's all right?
Yes.
Is it possible, well, do we consider hunting juvenile wolf pups, which I think they are, do we consider that fair chase?
You want to handle that?
Members of the Commission, Director Nesbitt, yes. Hunting a wild animal on the landscape is considered fair chase, regardless of their age, I would say.
Well, do you think that it's possible to once again return to the October 1st hunting season for wolves and having only one permit per hunter? I mean, do you think we are moving back 15 days? Do you think there's a possibility we'll ever go back to the October 1st date to actually preserve these young wolves until they're old enough? In our case, I believe it's not fair chase to hunt a little juvenile wolf, just stand there and look at you. And we've seen that happen before. But just wondering, is there a possibility to ever reverse course and actually take it back to where it was originally?
There's always that opportunity. That's why we revisit this and listen to the experts and make the best determination possible. So season dates are definitely one of those options. So yes, we do take all that into consideration.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else, Megan? Any other comments or discussion?
Mr. President, I'd like to make one comment that Dan can't thank you guys for the professional management. Both before you get today, because your expertise and your thank you. And the department has a whole. Thank you.
Any more discussion? Okay, we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, thank you very much. Are you ready for the budget report?
Good morning again, Mr. President, members of the commission. I will go ahead and proceed here with a brief director's report this morning. First of all, I just wanted to take this opportunity on behalf of the department and on behalf of the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies to again express our appreciation to the commission for all of your great work. This commission was recognized as the Western Association's Commission of the Year. So that's an association that's made up of 21 states and give or take, I think, 4 provinces. And all of the great work that this commission has done with all the variety of different conservation measures and wildlife management activities you've engaged in, some of the really proactive things you've done, trying to make sure that we have the resources we have today and the future were recognized, and you were selected by that group. This year, the President Doobie and I were able to be a part of a virtual award ceremony on Monday and receive the award. And so anyway, my congrats to the commission. It's a small token of appreciation for all the really hard work that you all do on a regular basis. It's a great commission. I did think it'd be appropriate just to give the commission a quick update on where the department's at with kind of, you know, I guess a COVID update. We, as we will be talking later, we have taken some measures to, I'll call it tighten our belts a little bit with regards to the budget. I'm not going to go into any detail on that now because we have a whole agenda item just for that. But as far as our offices, as most of you will recall back when, I believe it was in April, potentially even late March, we moved to a scenario where those employees of ours that worked in regional offices or our Cheyenne headquarters, we took steps to maximize the use of telework for those employees to get them out of the offices. As you know, many of our employees, probably nearly half our agency, already work away from regional offices. They work out of home offices, and but for those employees that worked in offices, we pushed them back out to work out of home, and now we have begun the process of giving the division chiefs authority to go up to 75% of our office employees back at work. It's the second phase of, I guess I would call it, our reopening, and we will do that for as long as it takes to get a good evaluation of how that's working. We're fortunate in Game and Fish. We don't have people working in cubicles for the most part. We have one regional office I'm aware of where there are cubicles, and we're dealing with that as a separate kind of local issue. But anyway, that was initiated earlier this week on Monday, and we're starting to slowly bring employees back to work. We have continued to, for those employees that can telework, continue to make exceptions for folks that either have high risk themselves, are in that high risk category for COVID, or live with somebody who's in a high risk category. As we will be discussing in other venues other than here, but I thought it was important. It's a big issue to bring up in the public part of the session. We received the disappointing grizzly bear decision from the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. As this commission has made very, very clear, and your actions and your words, you strongly believe, as does the rest of our elected leaders in our state, believe that the grizzly bear population management should be returned to this commission. And again, that this court, the appeals court, upheld the decision of the lower court and said no. The argument or the justification was not that the grizzly bear population is not recovered. It was what I'll call technicalities with regards to what things may be in place or may not be in place after they're delisted. We will continue to look at what our future strategy may be. We'll talk about that amongst the commission. At the right time, we'll be talking to our constituents about that, the public about that. You know, I just one more time want to acknowledge the fact that the grizzly bear population in the greater Yellowstone has recovered. due in large part to the efforts and the resources and all of the undertakings of the Game and Fish Department and Commission and our public in our state. This population simply would not be recovered and in the state that it's in today, and has been now for over a decade, without the work of our state. Recently, I think it was last Thursday, we had the opportunity to graduate our first leadership development class in several years. This commission's made that a priority, and certainly I think it's a priority as well. Our employees support it. We started that program last August, and it was supposed to be complete, and we were going to graduate that class in May. We weren't able to do that in person in May because of the CDC guidelines, but we were able to bring those folks down and finish up leadership development this past week. And we brought them down to Cheyenne and had a real nice outdoor graduation ceremony, and cooked them, John and Angie and I and Alan and the other chiefs cooked them up some steaks and showed them our appreciation for completing that program. It's a bright group of individuals from our outfit that really reflect, I think, the professionalism and confidence we have in the department. Last thing I'll say is that we recently completed another round of license drawings in the state, and that oftentimes is a task that when everything just goes really well, everybody kind of takes it for granted. But I will tell you that it takes a tremendous amount of hard work behind the scenes by our employees that work on the license draw, led by Jennifer Doring, Tom Graham, others in both fiscal and IT. And you don't hear about it unless something goes a little bit wrong. In our state, that's a big deal if that draw system doesn't go well. And they've done just a phenomenal job with that. It went off without a hitch. They do a lot of testing along the way. They continually listen to constituent concerns about how it's conducted and about how we notify people. And so I just wanted to take an opportunity to thank them for what they do every year and oftentimes don't get recognized for. This proved again to be a year where the demand was up again, which is frustrating for some, because when the demand goes up and essentially we're offering roughly the same amount of opportunities through licenses and seasons, less people draw. The drawing odds go down. And we have seen this trend, despite the fact that it's leveled off, but we're at a point where we have record numbers of elk in our state. We continue to have an increased demand for elk licenses. More people put in, same amount of people draw. That means your average goes down, and I realize that our publics sometimes are frustrated by not being able to draw a license in their favorite hunting. So we'll continue to watch that. I know that the trend line for several years now has been up, and both non-resident and resident. I think that's a good news story, though, because it certainly demonstrates how much people value the great resources we have in the state. I think, Mr. President, the next item we have up are our department awards.
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
Regarding the WAFA award, we have two commissioners, and this is their second one. And I just wanted to recognize Commissioner Riel and thank them for their passion for wildlife over the years, but more importantly for their friendship. Thank you very much. And we are nothing without the Game and Fish helping us. I want to give special thanks to Director Nesbitt and wonderful, incredibly talented and dedicated Game and Fish personnel that set us up for success. We don't work in a vacuum. It's a team effort. And I, for one, am glad that we're on the 18. So thank you guys very much.
So thank you, Mr. President. We'll proceed. We've got several department awards here now that we will we'll move through. We've got division chiefs here that will do some of them. I will do some of them that are department all awards, if you will. And I'm going to go ahead and start it off with our Director's Office Employee of the Year. You'll hear from me on this one, and I'll turn it over to the division chiefs. I think that's the order we have on the agenda there, and they'll run through their division employees of the year, and then I'll come back up here and finish up with the few other department-wide awards. So each year, each of the divisions, and then also the director's office, has an opportunity to look at and recognize an employee who really has gone above and beyond, who really is an integral part of the team, who is, you know, a huge part of the success of all of the things that each of those divisions or the director's office do. And so this year I'll start with up in the director's office. So during the last year, this employee has just demonstrated the highest level of performance and accomplishments for all of the goals and objectives of the director's office, and really because it's the director's office, for the entire department. And this individual has demonstrated exceptional passion for trying to make guys like me, gals like Angie, and guys like John as successful as they can. And this year's director's office employee of the year is Sherry Todd. Sherry is, you know, all of you know, she's an integral part of coordinating all aspects of our commission meetings. She is in the middle of tracking and completing very high priority assignments and planning efforts. She works on legislative issues, strategic planning. She has to try to somehow coordinate my schedule and stay 3 steps ahead of me all the time, and she does that extremely well. And you know what a lot of folks will tell you is that those folks that are able to accomplish a lot of things in a short amount of time, usually it's not because of what they did. Usually it's because of the team they got helping them help make them look good. Sherry is right in the middle of that. So, you know, the other thing I just say, she has a lot of interaction with the commission, and she is directly related to making these meetings successful. And a lot of times her efforts are behind the scenes, and the commission has always been very gracious in acknowledging that. But I did for all that are here today, our employees and the public, want to acknowledge how her positive attitude and her willingness to do whatever she's asked to do, her professionalism, optimism is just, it's exceptional. And I'm very, very proud that she's on the team. She's a highly, highly valued member, and we wouldn't have it any other way. We need the president. Okay. Sean B, you're up.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the Commission, Director Nesbitt. It is my honor to present the 2019 Services Division Employee of the Year, the Lander and Casper Regions Habitat and Access Supervisor, Brian Parker. Just to tell you a little bit about Brian. Brian's been with the department for around 15 years now, and he's just been a great worker diligently throughout his career to the benefit of the wildlife resource. As the Habitat and Access Supervisor for both Lander and Casper regions, he oversees the operation of 10 wildlife habitat management areas, 38 public access areas, and the Whiskey Mountain Conservation Camp. So just to put that into perspective, that encompasses about 155,000 acres of property. The the property that we looked at yesterday on the commission tour was 38,000 acres, and we spent the entire afternoon just driving around a small portion of it. So that's 4 times the size of that property. So that it takes a lot of oversight and work on Brian's part to accomplish that. He does a fantastic job. One can often find Brian meeting with members of the public, assisting his colleagues on multiple projects, taking care of the regional office, running a tractor in the field, or helping a support employee. He's known for his intellect and brings a thoughtful and logical input to his meetings and project proposals, and he just has a real passion for the wildlife resource. He's instrumental and has been instrumental in completing multiple projects in the Lander region over the past recent years. They've come to fruition, including the remodel of the Whiskey Mountain Conservation Camp, where he was providing on-the-ground oversight on a day-to-day, weekly basis, keeping the contractor on time, working with them. And Brian's ability to build relationships with landowners was critical to the success of multiple projects, including the Ocean Lake WHMA land exchange that increased hunter access, the addition of over 800 acres of big game winter range, the Spencer Moriarty WMA, and the donation of conservation easements along the Lander front. So it's for this work that I proudly present the award to Brian this year, and thank you very much.
President Dewey, Director Nesbitt, members of the Commission. It's my privilege and honor to recognize our 2019 Wildlife Division Employee of the Year. And if I could have Janet Millett come up. Many of you have known Janet for quite a while. Janet's a Casper, Wyoming native, and she started her career with the department in 2001 as a contract educational technician sheriff. She then went down to Cheyenne for a little while, and her first permanent employment with the department was in 2004 as an information and public relations specialist in Cheyenne. In 2012, Janet transferred to Casper and has served there since. And I just wanted to point out a couple of things. You know, Janet's official title is Information Education Specialist, but that's really a misnomer. Janet is very much a generalist and very good at a lot of different things, including organization. And last year in particular, Janet played a key role in our CWD working group. Janet was the lead cat herder, I think is the official title for that. Janet had a tough duty of keeping everybody on track and staying organized throughout that CWD working group process. Janet did that very well, and we really appreciate her work. Later last year, we also tasked her with helping us organize a carcass disposal symposium, and again, Janet stepped up and helped us organize that and get that pulled off. Janet's work is instrumental to the Wildlife Division. She's a leader among her peers. She often steps up and takes on challenging issues that are big issues for the agency. She's a true wildlife management professional with solid core values that drive her exemplary performance and accomplishments in serving wildlife and serving the citizens of Wyoming. I'm very proud of Janet and appreciate all the work that she does for us.
Mr. President, Commissioners, Director, Nesbitt, I'm just tickled today that I get to present the Fiscal Employee of the Year. A lot of stuff happens behind the scenes, and anyhow, our Fiscal Employee of the Year, I'll ask her to come up. She's a recent LB1 grad, fresh off the presses. So we'll get her up here, and then I'll tell you some of what she did. Melissa Lovato, come on up, please. So, Melissa is the Fiscal Employee of the Year for 2019. She serves as a senior accountant in the licensing accountant team. So a lot of folks see the folks at the front counter, but they don't see many of the folks that are in the back with, as Charles Wayne wants to put it, heads down, pencils moving. But anyhow, Melissa processed all the voids and counts for the voids and offline licenses. There were about 1,000 offline licenses this year and over 3,600 voids that total up to about $950,000 she's accounted for the department. In addition to that, she's responsible for the inventory of game tags. That's about $120,000. So she works in the back. A lot of folks don't see her. She flies under the radar, but she's accounting for about $1 million for the department. Melissa readily accepts additional responsibilities and adjusts to ever-changing demands. Oftentimes, people are in, people are out, but it oftentimes creates kind of a dynamic accounting environment. And Melissa's right there, steady state. She surges her responsibilities to ensure continuity with the mailroom functions and to assist with customer service as well. This is something as I started, digging into Melissa's work performance a little bit, and obviously it's exceptional, but the volume of what she processed, I talked about that accounting for that $1 million. She achieves a 0.2% error rate. That's less than 10 errors a year. That's pretty good. Actually, that's really good. I wish I could say that from my desk, but I do too. I know, sir. Melissa carries a absolutely positive attitude towards her work, her peers, her supervisory chain, and we had a task this year. What do we do on behalf of the Commission, the Game and Fish Department, to improve public relations? Well, there was a new store that opened up in Cheyenne, and they wanted to become a licensed selling agent. Had no idea how licenses worked in Wyoming, and so they needed some help. So they went through the training, and Melissa assisted them getting set up and established, and they asked her to come to their grand opening in Cheyenne. They asked for her by name, and she went and supported them during their grand opening. So pretty good stuff. Melissa's been with us since 2016. She's a proven team member and a morale booster to our section and our division, and she continues to learn and grow to achieve mastery in her position in an ever-changing environment. So, conserving wildlife and serving people, it's my pleasure to work with.
Good morning, President Doobie, Commissioners, Director Nesbitt. It is my pleasure to announce this morning the Fish Division Employee of the Year, Laura Burkhart. So, you know, in my mind, these division awards are significant because they're nominated by your peers. And what's significant about Laura's case is that everybody in her work unit, including her immediate supervisor and her section supervisor, contributed to this nomination. I think that just adds to her work ethic, her talents in the aquatic habitat realm. She's highly thought of. One of the reasons that they nominated her for was the work that she's done on the sunlight restoration project, stream restoration project. And I apologize, I have to read because there's so much in the nomination that I couldn't remember it all. Some of the things that she illustrated during that project was her determination for resilience and ingenuity in her accomplishments on the project. Sunlight presented Laura in the department with many unforeseen challenges. Laura took these challenges on using her exemplary professionalism, resourcefulness, and fortitude. For 40 years now, the department has tried to stabilize that system, and past methods did not address channel instabilities or sedimentation. So this project was significant to that fisheries there and to our infrastructure there on the unit, on the Sunlight unit. Sunlight Creek continued to shift, erode, and cost the department money and time. With the help of the Cody Regional Team, the Aquatic Habitat Section, and Conservation Engineering, so it was very much a department project. Laura set goals, finalized designs, and started construction of the restoration in October of 2018. By that spring, it became apparent that the work at that point was not done far enough, that it was going to, there was some thought that it might not hold up during a high runoff. So Laura mobilized in a very short time period 40 personnel from 3 divisions to help address the issue. No small task. She kept the statewide habitat and access crew, professional land survey and conservation engineer, and informed and coordinated with the design engineer. She organized willow plantings, which required her trained equipment, housed 26 personnel over 4 days. Again, not a small task. Very large project. She also used volunteers and solutions to manage the challenges of the project. She supervised 369 hours of volunteer time for cutting and planting 12,000 willows for the restoration. Our track supervised and inspired a local Trout Unlimited chapter, Clarks Fork anglers, local landowners, retired Forest Service employees. She also made adjustments to her tracking system. These are very large and complicated projects. Manage volunteers under the best circumstances is difficult, and she made it look easy. Laura's worked many hours on the Sunlight, still continued to address her other obligations. In 2019, Laura's devotion to resource went above and beyond expectations. She took in all the obstacles, made the opportunities to advance her knowledge and improve processes. And I know we all are looking forward to the termination of the project. And like I said, it's a very important project, 4 years in the coming. And thank you very much for all your hard work on this project and all the projects you work on.
Mr. President, members of the commission, obviously, you know, almost probably a majority of the work that we do requires teamwork. And so it's important for us when we have teams do exemplary work to be able to recognize them in the same fashion that we recognize our employees of the year and other employees and actually people from outside the agency, as we'll hear later, do for the organization. This year, we've got one team of the year that we want to recognize, and that's our AIS program, specifically those that worked on the rapid response plans. And so I'm going to ask for those that are here, Kevin Gelwicks, Rob Keith, Matt Hahn, Andrew Nykirk, Hilda Sixhour, Rob Gibson, Sam Hochhalter, Greg Amadio, Bobby Compton, Beth Bear, and Josh Leonard. Come on up. For those of you that are here, I know you're not all here. It's like most of them are here. That's good. So as the commission is aware, one of the things that I certainly feel is extremely important for our state to do is to work very hard to prevent AIS, particularly quagga and zebra mussels, from coming in to our state. We, to this point, as a department and due in large part to the folks you see standing right here behind me, have been able to make that reality. And we still don't have those two particular most dangerous AIS species in our state. One of the things that we did here a couple of years ago is we identified the need to be a little bit more proactive about what we might do if AIS was to find its way. And when I say AIS, I'm talking about just those two species. If those were to find their way into Wyoming waters. And so we charged the fish division, and specifically this crew, with coming up with rapid response plans for our most high-risk waters in the state to describe. So we had a very clear-cut process that would require very little thought. We could pull it off the shelf and implement it to make sure that if it did show up, we could contain it and react to it in a way that wouldn't allow it to spread to the rest of our state, and maybe even potentially, you know, arrest it and not allow it to further populate the particular body of water that we found it in. This was a monumental task. These folks didn't take it lightly. We asked Kevin here to take the lead on it, but they did it with exceptional thoroughness, expert analysis. They poured a lot of time and effort into this thing, worked long hours, and at the end of the day, they came up with plans for the 8 most high priority plans they first did were for Flaming Gorge, Glendo, Jackson Lake, Gray Rocks, Keyhole, Bighorn Lake, Boise Reservoir, and Fremont Lake. And then they used those to springboard into doing additional plans that they are continuing to work on now. They a total of 23 rapid response plans. They're, the plans themselves are complete. They're getting ready to go out and talk with the public and interested stakeholders in a little bit more detail here in the near future. But this was a monumental task in a short amount of time that, you know, when you think about things that we often do, there are certain things that have a short lifespan and there are certain things that have a long lifespan. The things that these folks standing here did have the potential to affect our state for decades. I mean, literally for generations. So very important work. I congratulate each and every one of them, and I'd ask you to join me in thanking them as well.
I'll try to get a picture.
Are you all going to be here at lunch? We may do one. We'll do one now, but we may try not to.
So are we going to try to do this now, or are we going to do it
now?
All right.
Let's do it now.
I think we probably will try to shoot it right behind.
Yeah, I like that.
You guys stay on there.
All right, everybody look at me.
Yep,
Ready,
look at Parker
1,
over here.
2, 3.
And here, 1. Sorry, go ahead, Parker. Over there.
One more, 1, 2, 3.
And I'll do one right here. 1, 2, 3. Great. Thank you, guys.
department has an opportunity too, as part of our awards program, to recognize folks that may not necessarily work directly for the department, but those folks who have really contributed to something important that the department does. And so this special recognition award that I'm going to talk about next will go to Dr. Richard O'Hara, and I would ask Dr. O'Hara to come on. So Dr. O'Hara, this is another one that the commission probably would not even be aware of the enormous contributions he makes to the success of our department, because he works behind the scenes. Dr. O'Hara has been working with us for over 35 years now. And really what his job is he provides us some pretty excellent and expertise and analysis on the folks that we hire as game wardens and law enforcement folks to make sure that they're well suited for the job. That's the short story to a lot of work that he does on every single candidate we've hired for 3.5 decades now. He is actually responsible, if you're wondering, for people like Scott Edward, Mike Choma, and Rick King. If he wouldn't have said yes, I probably wouldn't be standing here right now today either, because he's the guy that evaluated me and my suitability when I came to work for the department. But he's a senior consulting psychologist for psychological dimensions, and he's based out of Colorado. He brings 3 decades of experience, like I said, working specifically with law enforcement. And he's worked with law enforcement agencies all over the entire country. He's got a master's degree in psychology and counseling and guidance from UNC, and then he's also got a doctorate in clinical psychology from the University of Denver. He's a licensed psychologist in 7 states, and he's board certified in police and public safety psychology by the American Board of Professional Psychology. He's one of those folks that actually each time we have made a plan or transitioned the way that we move through this process of hiring our wardens, his inputs and his expertise has been integral in helping us shape that. I think that I can speak for our department in telling you that we are noted, we're notorious around the country for being able to hire really, really good people across the agency, and also our game wardens. Our game wardens are no exception, and Dr. O'Hara has been a huge part of that. He has, the last thing I'll say, he's got a heck of a nice, well-written nomination here. The last thing I'll say is that Dr. O'Hara has been one that has taken some time to really learn about our culture. We don't look like the Aurora Police Department. And he's taken the time to work with 2 chief game wardens ago, and myself when I served in that role, and Rick King and all of the staff. He's worked really hard to understand what we're looking for and our culture, and he's really figured out how to fine-tune his craft so that we're finding people that are well suited for our jobs, not just for a general law enforcement job, but for a law enforcement job as a game warden in the state of Wyoming. And so I congratulate Dr. O'Hara. It's always been a pleasure, and I'd ask all of you to join me in congratulating him.
Absolutely. Please do. All right. Well, thank you very much. As a consultant, I am moved that you would consider giving me an award of this type. I have worked with the agency for about 35 years, and so got to know people, and I'll tell you, to keep a consulting relationship going for 35 years, you need something special, which is the people that you work with. And this is an amazing group, and it's always a pleasure for me to work with Wyoming Game and Fish. And as much as this group is passionate about wildlife, I'm passionate about law enforcement because I'm a police psychologist. That's what I do primarily. So I would like to make sure we recognize all the wardens that are here today. So if you would
all the wardens please stand up, and can we get a standing O for all the wardens? Thank you.
All right, so I have the pleasure of announcing and delivering the Lifetime Achievement Award for this next individual. This is a pretty rare opportunity. We don't even average one of these a year. This is not something that's real common, but we wanted to have an ability to really recognize efforts that happened over a very long period of time for those individuals whose career really stands out as somebody who made a difference. And so I'm going to ask Mr. Neil Hymas to come on up here and join me. Please bring your lovely wife. Neil just recently retired as the Cokeville game warden. 40 years. He was a game warden with our outfit for 40 years, and 35 of those years were in Cokeville. And I can tell you that from my own personal experience, that Neil has, I'll tell you right up front, Neil has had an impact on many folks within our agency, but probably more importantly, many, many folks across the state of Wyoming, our constituents. Neil has perfected the craft of the Wyoming style of game warden. Firm but fair, an incredible interrogator, a guy who could be really, really hard on those folks that were the most egregious violators, but also had a way to figure out who needed education in a little bit different approach. And he mastered that craft over his career. He had an ability to interact with landowners, with all kinds of different conservation groups. He had an ability to interact with other state agencies. He was integral in helping to shape and develop those underpasses for wildlife crossings in Nugget Canyon near Cokeville. He had numerous inputs and he was actually one that I early on relied upon for advice on how we approached the mule deer initiative, and specifically in the Wyoming range. He was integral in a lot of that work. Those are legacy things that we've done for mule deer, and Neil was a big part of that. Neil, throughout his career, he was also known for being somebody of the utmost integrity, and he had the same passion and fervor for all wildlife. He'd go to bat for a cottontail rabbit, by golly, just like you would a mule deer in the Wyoming range. And he was known for that. He approached issues like elk being in feed lines with the same work or the same ethic and dedication as he would with people that were violating watercraft laws, as an example. Extremely strong work ethic. The other thing too, there's a lot of folks that over the years that were sent to Neil for training. It wasn't always called that, wasn't always structured that way intentionally, but that's what ended up happening. And so Neil was always willing to learn new ways. He was always, even though he'd been around 20 years or 30 years or 40 years, he was willing to figure out the new way to do things if that was what was going to be best for wildlife and the people of our state. He regularly battled for access. He was a huge advocate for hunter access, and he has left his mark by all of the access that he's helped garner for our sportsmen in our state. And he always did it with so much passion. The thing that all of us that have children can recognize is the fact that oftentimes we're a heck of a lot more proud of what our children have done than what we've necessarily done. And I'll just tell you that for those of you that don't know, another one of our very, very fine employees and an exceptional game warden in our state that has very, very similar traits to Neil is his son, Adam Hymas, who's the Big Piney game warden. And I think there's really no indicator that could give a person more pride or be more reflective of how well they've contributed and the kind of values that they represented than Neil's own son. And like I said, he's just done an exceptional job for our department as well. chip off the old block. He's still got a little bit to learn, but he's getting there. I'm sure Neil's going to help us with that. So anyway, please join me in congratulating Neil Hymas.
Please come on.
Would you come on, please? Thank you. We'll send you copies.
You two don't have to socially distance.
Yeah, that's right. So you look at first. 1, 2. All right, I'm gonna get one. 1, 2, 3. And you get one already. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Ricky.
President Duty, Director Nesbitt, and members of the commission, it's my privilege today to recognize Biff Burton with his 40 Years of Service Award. If we could have Biff come up. So, yeah, I didn't say that wrong. 40 years of service to the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Pretty impressive career. Biff started his career as a temporary employee in Laramie. He spent some time in Lander, Pinedale, and Lovell, and Cheyenne before finally becoming the district game warden in Gillette. Biff served in Gillette during a time of rapid growth in that community and a time when we really struggled to keep some of the illegal wildlife taken in check. But Biff rose up to the challenge, found a way to work with the community and keep our wildlife safe and protected. Biff transferred to the Saratoga district, and that's where he serves today. He transferred there in 1989. And I got to tell you, so I had the opportunity to supervise Biff for quite a while. And I found out pretty quickly that Biff wasn't well known for being punctual to meetings all the time. And but this is how it would go. So I would get started on something. I knew Biff would be late. I knew he'd get there. And then afterwards, he'd come up to me and say, "Boss, I'm sorry I'm late. This is what happened." And it would always involve a story of, somebody stopped by and they needed help with the license, or there was an injured wildlife call, or somebody just stopped by and needed some wildlife info. And that exemplifies Biff's customer service attitude and just his nature. He takes care of our constituents and our wildlife and does so in an exemplary and professional manner. Really proud of Biff, and the state's lucky to have Biff as a long-term employee, and I'd like to congratulate Biff on his 40 years of service to the state.
Right here. 1, 2.
One, two, three. Do you want a photo of your lovely wife?
Yes, I would.
Yeah,
Thank
good.
you.
All right, everybody, 1, 2, 3.
Get one more on this one because I'm going to send it to the newspaper with right. Thank you.
right, so last award we have today is probably our most coveted. On an annual basis, the director has the opportunity to recognize one person, one employee from around the agency who has demonstrated our most important values and who has gone above and beyond and has done exceptional work for our agency and for our wildlife and for our constituents. Very few people even know who the recipient is. And so I'll start by just saying this is an employee who's actually not getting anywhere near his 40-year service device or his 40-year recognition service. Relatively speaking, compared to the last two individuals we just talked about, his tenure with the agency is much, much shorter. But I would like to ask this year's recipient of the Director's Award, Mr. Justin Binfet, to please come join me. So Mr. Binfet, he did look, I think we succeeded. He didn't look like he knew that was coming.
You know, last time I got an award, they called for a 45-minute rebuttal period.
So Justin serves right now as our Casper Wildlife Management Coordinator. Before that, he served as the Casper Wildlife Biologist, and before that, he was over in Douglas. And Justin really just epitomizes the work ethic of a lot of the folks in our agency. He has really, this year, what kind of put him over the top is his extremely hard work on the CWD working group and the management plan. And he's always had an open mind about considering new things. He's always been interested in making sure the public had absolutely the most accurate information. And he's always been very passionate about making sure that what we tell folks is the best we can possibly, the best foot that we can possibly put forward, the most accurate information, the most well analyzed, and the best informed decisions. He's very highly respected by his peers. He, like I said, was integral to the work of this CWD working group over this last year. They traveled all over the state. They had to deal with a working group of 32 or 33 members, which is not an easy task, as Commissioner Schmidt can attest to. And he did so, you know, in a way that was just extremely professional. It really reflected his, like I said, his interest in making sure people had all the information on very complex issues that he could possibly provide them. He's known for being able to stand in front of large groups and be able to articulate just really complex challenges and complex information and do it in a way that, that people can understand. He ended up being the lead author in the revised plan, and he just spent an enormous amount of effort getting that thing put together. And he does, you know, he has a day job too. He had to continue to fulfill his duties as a wildlife management coordinator and a supervisor for the biologists, the wildlife biologists at Casper. He ended up finishing that plan and now has been taken on a lead role in implementation of that plan. And all along the way, he's continued to maintain the relationships. He's known around the state as being one of those that's just exceptional landowner relations. He's been able to maintain those relationships with key stakeholders, other agencies, landowners, outfitters, sporting groups, and he's done all that stuff while he continued to be a leader on the Bates Hole and Hat 6 Mule Deer Initiative. He's a member of the department's Mule Deer Working Group, Sage Grouse Working Group, Shirley Basin Pronghorn Research Group. He contributes to the WWNRT when we have projects for them. And he's a leader. He's the guy. He's our point man on the Governor's Big Game License Coalition. So he doesn't let any grass grow under his feet, and he just does exceptional work for our agency. I'm extremely proud of Justin. I've known him his whole career, and I'm looking forward to another 20 years and doing more great work.
Oh, yeah.
I will.
There you go.
All right, thank you all. I think we'll break for lunch now and be back by 1 o'clock.
Yep, and we're gonna help, like.
5, 2%.
Okay. Welcome back. We'll start. Director Nesbitt.
All right, hey, thank you, Mr. President, members of the commission. It is my pleasure this afternoon to start the afternoon off with introducing Shane Mahoney. I've spoke with the commission on 2 different occasions now about the Wild Harvest Initiative. This is an initiative that Shane has taken on, the primary leadership role in a very worthy cause from my perspective that has a global reach. And Shane has a tremendous conservation pedigree. He's been a director himself. He's from Canada, but he is known as one of the best orators and articulators of the North American model of conservation in our country, and that that's the model that our agency uses as its foundation. So Shane is here today via Zoom. Because he lives in Canada, he actually had planned now on 2 different occasions to come here and be with the commission in person. And but he can't actually get back. If he comes, he won't be able to go back to Canada. And so he is. I told him this is important to the commission to think about and discuss here today. I listened to his presentation. Again, it has global reach, but it has some potential right here in Wyoming for. I think it's important for Wyoming to be paying attention to the importance of our food chain and how our publics view wild game as a part of our food chain. So without any further ado, we're going to try this out. I hope it works, Shane, and I'll turn it over to Shane Mahoney.
Hello, are you able to hear me there, Brian, first of all?
Yes, we can hear you clear.
Okay, if you just stand by for 1 second, while I just try to get this correct. Okay, close that door. I'm not sure if I am visible to everyone there on a screen. I'm not sure what the circumstances are. I can, in fact, see all of you. So I'll just proceed in the hope that you can at least hear me. And if you can see images on the screen, there is a PowerPoint, but I can speak without that. So Brian, are you able to tell me if you can see me, first of all?
Yeah, Shane, right now we see your PowerPoint presentation, but we do not see you. However, we hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, that's fine. You're not missing anything by not seeing me. So that's a good thing, as long as you can see the PowerPoint. I understand I have about 30 minutes to run through this. Obviously, I would like to answer a few questions if there is time. But first of all, just let me say this, that I'm really honored, and I deeply appreciate the fact that you have given me this time at all to present this idea. And I thank you, Brian, for obviously having spoken about this previously to the commission and to the commissioners individually. I don't have much time to explain my background or why we come to this particular day, but just let me tell you that I grew up very rural, and I early developed a great love of wildlife and a great love of the people who live in landscapes where wildlife is abundant. and for people who are self-reliant. And my entire career as a wildlife director, research director, and many other things that I do now in film and television and so on, are all directed towards trying to preserve both wildlife and the landscapes they depend upon, both upon public and private lands, and the lifestyles of people who are intimately involved with wildlife, certainly as hunters and anglers, which I am, but also for all people, all citizens who have a love of this great resource that we call wildlife and wild things. As Brian alluded to, I have spoken a lot about the history of our relationships as human beings to animals, and fundamentally our dependency upon them for food and for a great many other materials that we otherwise would not have been able to obtain from our environment. We have been in our current sort of state, so to speak, around for about 200,000 years, although our lineage goes back much further. And agriculture has been a strong influence, but a relatively new one in the lifestyles of human beings around the world, only originating about 11,000 years ago. Please don't take that as an offense in that short timeline. I know probably some of you, maybe many of you, maybe all of you are involved in ranching and agricultural practices, but the point is that it is a relatively new event in our biology and history. This relationships, of course, created many amazing cultural identities around the world, not just here in North America, but everywhere in the world where people dependent on wild animals. The unique cultures evolved and developed that, of course, are a source of absolutely unending fascination for all of us. When Europeans came to Canada and the United States 400 or 500 years ago, they really were astounded by the continent they found, because, of course, not only were there these amazing groups of humans, individuals, tribal peoples, and so on that they encountered, but this extraordinary diversity of wildlife on the land and in the oceans. It was almost inevitable that it would be set upon with a pace that would soon outlast its or outpace its capacity to revive itself. And of course, we entered a phase where wildlife was vastly depleted. And between about 1880 and 1910, a movement was launched, led by the United States of America, joined with by the country of Canada, to form what was essentially the first real effort to create a conservation ethic at a continental or nearly continental scale. I can't go into this story with you right now, but it remains, after 30 years of study for me, probably one of the most exceptional things that the United States of America ever did. And goodness knows, there is a long list of things that you have to deal with if you're trying to come up to the standards of many of the things in your country. At any rate, we live today in a world where the wild harvest of animals is not some sideshow. I mean, you can listen to people who have certain viewpoints and they make it sound as though only some small, bunch of dwarfs or something living in some strange place actually take place in these activities. The pursuit and use of wild creatures, whether in the oceans or on land, in jungles and steppes and Arctic forefronts and in coastal margins, all around the world, of incredibly diverse cultures involving hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of people, is still absolutely vibrant. And that issue of hunting and angling in all of their dimensions are vitally connected with the issues of human food security, human health, economic stability, human cultures and cultural diversity, and in fact, environmental conservation. I mean, we have still in Canada and the United States, 45 million people approximately, 45 million people approximately every year in both our countries who engage in the harvest of fish and wildlife in primarily a recreational sense. I'm not talking about commercial harvest in this particular presentation. I mean, in your own state, in the state of Wyoming, you have an extraordinarily high percentage of people, obviously, who participate in these activities, and in hunting in particular, you must be one of the highest participation rates in the United States of America. The point, however, is that this is not a sideshow. I keep trying to explain to political leaders, to officials, to academics, and so on. This harvest of wild things is not some little hobby-esque thing that's happening. In many, many parts of the world, it is keeping people alive. And in many more parts of the world, it's keeping alive their cultures and their identities, and it is protecting the landscapes upon which all ecosystem gifts to people derive. So anyone who thinks it is anything but of critical importance to every state and province and every country and the globe entirely is missing the point. We know that there are challenges. There are always challenges to ways of life, always challenges. And ways of life are not maintained simply because we like them. They end up being maintained because we do something to keep them with us. Whether that's a ranching community in a state like Wyoming, where I have been a number of times, or whether it is in Newfoundland and Labrador, where I was conceived, born, raised, and where I'll die, which is an extraordinarily rural and resource-dependent place. We know, however, that things are changing, and we know we have to accept change, and we have to find a way to deal with it. And one of the changes that we have been witnessing, of course, is the decline in the participation rates in hunting and angling since about the 1980s. And between 2011 and 2016, in the United States alone, the greatest hunting country in the world, bar none, there is no other way to describe it, nearly 2.2 million hunters were sort of lost from the field. And we are, of course, also having a very significant aging effect taking place in our hunting community. And I don't have to tell any of you what that means. Fewer people are recruiting, therefore the group we have is aging, and as the group we have ages, it eventually dies, and therefore we have a smaller and smaller and smaller percentage of people engaging in these activities. Some of you may feel this is not significant because you live in a beautiful state with amazing landscapes, abundant wildlife, and you have lots of people who hunt and fish and trap and ranch and do all kinds of things around the world of animals and animals for food. But of course, your future in Wyoming, just like my future in Newfoundland, will not just be determined by what I want here or what even elected officials are willing to stand up for here. We live in big countries. We live in big continents. We live in a big, diverse world. We have a challenge with this idea of declining participation, and everything we see today suggests it will get worse. That is not just critical because it is part of our cultural identity, of what we love to do, of the kinds of scenes we like to encounter. It's critical because, as well, the revenues that are generated, as I don't have to tell the Commission or you, Brian, or anyone else in this room, a disproportionate amount of the money that will come to most state agencies in the United States of America to manage all wildlife resources and deal with all conservation issues derive from the monies that are generated out of the activities of hunting and angling. That varies between states, of course. I'm very familiar with that, very familiar with the information, but nevertheless, nearly 100 years after the North American model is incepted, the financial underpinning, the financial model, the gears which drive the programs in the state agencies in your country and increasingly in Canada derive from a relatively small percentage of people who participate in these activities. They don't pay for it all. They don't pay for federal activities, et cetera, but in the states, they do pay this massively disproportionate amount of money. But the thing is, while public support is absolutely essential within a state and beyond a state, within a country, for what people will do in the lands they occupy and live on, this does not change in any way the facts that the hunting benefits that derive to hunters themselves and to non-hunters in every part of the United States of America and Canada and in many, many other parts of the world, including many of the African countries which I deal with and work with. This community is critical, and the benefits that derive to them are critical for issues that are of global importance: food security, human health, wildlife, fish and habitat conservation, animal health and welfare, the environment, and the economy. I ask you to look at the list of things that are listed on this particular slide and ask yourselves if these are not some of the top priority issues that we deal with in Canada, that we deal with in the United States, that the globe is dealing with currently. Food security is one of the absolute main issues facing the United Nations today. Human health, all of these issues, the environment, how we're going to protect it, how we're going to maintain it with the numbers of people we have. Again, ladies and gentlemen, no sideshow. And yet finally the world, as this next slide shows, is beginning to realize that the use of living resources, if we make it sustainable, as we have in Canada and the United States for over a century, this becomes an important part of conservation because the social and economic benefits, those benefits I just talked about, they incentivize people to care. Now, some countries are just realizing this, and I have to explain to them that, well, there's a model you ought to look at called the North American model. And yes, it happens to be embedded now in two very progressive, wealthy democracies, the United States and Canada, but it was born in those democracies when we had great trouble with wildlife. But we found a way to conserve them, not by eliminating hunting and angling, not by taking away the use of the land, but by finding a way to incentivize people to do all those things in the right way. This was America, one of the great contributions, beyond the many I have mentioned before, one of the absolute great intellectual contributions that the United States of America has made. And Canada was wise enough to follow along in this particular case. So it is out of this background that I started to think about the issues of what is it going to take? What is it going to take to get people to realize how important wildlife is and how important the wildlife-related cultures of all kinds in our two countries are, whether it's the seal hunters off the coast of Newfoundland or the elk hunter in Wyoming or the sheep hunter in the Yukon, whatever that might be, or the dove hunter in Texas, whatever it might be. And I started to finally realize that at the key of all of this is this idea of food. Food matters to everyone. Everyone is interested in it. And I don't have to tell you that today, the idea of food and wild food and healthy food has become an absolutely overwhelming story in social media, the public, the printed media, television, book publications, wherever you may turn. Our publics have never before been so concerned about health. They have never before been so concerned about where their food comes from, how their food is harvested. They want their beef to be as free range as possible. They want their hens to be able to be outdoors so that they lay beautiful eggs. They want to jog forever so that eventually they end up in hospital as 70 and 80 and 90-year-olds dying of nothing. But the consumed with this idea of healthy and wild food. So I started to think about, how can I help with this issue of explaining to the non-hunting public the value of our lifestyles? How can I begin to explain to people who will never hunt and fish perhaps, the value of the lifestyle of the hunter-angler and why it has resonance with a basic human need? Not because I like to do it not because I like to go out with my family, not just because I like to see the outdoors, all those things, But what story could I give them that was so basic that they could not possibly deny it? And the story that I came up with was this idea of food. Now, we have always been harvesting food through the hunting and angling things that we have done. So I assumed that somebody had already gathered all of this information. But as I will come to explain to you, that's not true. What I am doing and what the partnership of 37 NGOs, government agencies, wealthy philanthropists, industry leaders are doing currently has never been done in the history of our two countries. In fact, it has never been done anywhere else in the world. Now, I am interested in building alliances. I am interested in making our activities of hunting and angling so normal that nobody ever thinks they are out of step with anything anymore. And when we start to think about it, we have an enormous range of allies that include all of these that you see here listed. The berry pickers, the wild fruit pickers, the wild mushroom harvesters, the people who have raised their own gardens and have their own animals that they raise for their own consumption, the people who gather firewood, the people who gather shed antlers. All of these people, the wild rice, the medicinal plants, all of these people are part of a community. We just have never brought them together and made them the meaningful voice that they in fact can be. And I am interested in exposing these relationships across the board and also exposing how these various groups relate to one another. So I have launched the Wild Harvest Initiative, and it is going great guns, believe me. We have 5 states in the United States of America already invested heavily in this, and I hope there will be more to come. I can't have the time to go through everything here in detail, but ultimately what it is about is quantifying the amount of wild meat and fish taken by the recreational hunter and angler in Canada and the United States, determining the economic value of that harvest by actually giving it a number in a marketplace, the same as if you have to sell your cattle. If you were in the situation of being able to sell this food, what would it be worth? We want to calculate a social sharing index. So 45 million people hunt and fish in the United States and Canada each year, but I don't have to tell any one of you who hunts and fish or gathers that you are driven to share what you capture in the wild. You won't go to the grocery store and buy somebody a roast of beef, but you will give them a roast off the elk that you shoot. There is a big difference. We want to figure out how many people in the United States and Canada share in that food, because, ladies and gentlemen, if they share in that food, they are implicitly supporters of this lifestyle. And maybe they can become people who actually participate in the lifestyle. We want to look at what the total benefits of recreational hunting and angling are in the United States and Canada. We have measured the number of jobs. We have measured the amount of money that's spent in local communities and so on and so forth. But we have never had an estimate of the amount of food and the value of that food and what would be the cost of replacing that food if those millions and millions of people were not harvesting those hundreds and hundreds of millions of animals every single year. Here's a banner line. That food is eaten. All that food is eaten. And 100 years ago, we passed laws that told people, don't you even think, if you're a hunter or angler or a hunter, of leaving that food. That food does not stay, it comes out and someone consumes it. The number of individuals with whom they share that wild harvest, how much of the wild harvest they share, and to investigate the motivations for hunters, why they actually share this food. The first of those evaluations have taken place in the state of Texas. We are evaluating that data now. We will soon launch those same efforts in the state of Nevada, in the state of Arizona, and in the state of Alaska, all of whom are major partners in the Wild Harvest Initiative. And we will end up being able to tell the Canadian and American people just how many tens of millions more people in both our countries actually benefit as a result of those wild harvests. I don't know why I can't advance my, there we go. We have created the largest database of recreational harvest wildlife in the temperate world. We have a complete list of the species that are recreationally hunted in both our countries, and we're doing that with fish as well. We have a data set that tells us exactly how many animals of how many species in every state, in every province in Canada are harvested each year. We have calculated a sharing index, as we've talked about, but we've also developed how much of that harvest is actually consumable, what percentage of the weight is actually eaten, and we are now about to develop models which will tell us exactly how much money that is worth, because how much money that is worth is what our families would have to pay if they did not have access to that wild meat. And through this process, of course, we actually report 4 times a year to all the partners who are involved. We have developed a coalition, which I will show you at the end, that is absolutely amazing. We are designing a very strong public relations program. We have a major company that helps us with this. Our own social media programs in Conservation Visions reach well over, Facebook alone, well over 1.3 million people. We send out anything like a short video, we get 500,000 to 1 million to 2 million people actually viewing it. We have a powerful mechanism for getting this information out. We have graduate students working on this program, publishing this data. We are writing popular articles, not only for North American magazines and audiences, but for the international audience as well. In fact, we have a pretty amazing communications plan already mobilized for this particular activity. This communication effort that we have made because this is not a research program designed to simply make our own community feel good. It is not our community who will decide our fate. Our fate will be decided by the voters who determine which elected officials share most in their values. And if we do not convince people, your children, your grandchildren, that these values matter, then believe you me, those values will be lost. Many Newfoundlanders believe that we would never lose the seal hunt. We had practiced that activity for 350 years. It was vitally important to our economies, vitally important to our communities, vitally important to our politicians, but we still lost it nevertheless. So we can take, ladies and gentlemen, absolutely nothing for granted. I know that in the state of Wyoming, you sit in a very good place. You have this high participation rate. You have neighbors and friends who understand the lifestyle that you have. You have people coming into your state who want to adopt the lifestyle that you have. This is all true. But you do know that it will be only through a constant effort that you will be able to maintain this. And it is only by some force influencing the wider community of voters in the United States and for me and Canada who will ultimately determine whether these lifestyles persist. The international programs against the hunting of animals that may appear to only be involved in Africa for elephant or rhino or lion or things of this nature, please do not misunderstand that their full intentions, they are already working in our countries, and their full intentions are to come and work even harder. I am not bitter against these people. They have a viewpoint. I simply disagree with them. So we have a chance to do something to help generate and maintain public support for sustainable wildlife use activities in Wyoming. But you have a chance, becoming part of this, to actually help do the same thing in other states, in other parts of your country. Indeed, to help us convince people around the world just how important this wild food is and how important the lifestyles, the people are who stand as champions for conservation because they are part of the lifestyle that involves the harvest of wild food, and who even have, in today's world, the knowledge and capacities to be able to do this. The individual who cares for his land has many motivations potentially. It may be because he is a rancher. It may be because he has hunted and fished on that land. It may be because his father took him hunting and fishing on that land many years ago. But the idea of keeping land with us, ladies and gentlemen, is always based on some kind of personal, emotional motivation. And wildlife, for many of us, is part of that very significant motivation. Now, if you look at this screen, you will see the organizations that currently are involved. Even in the midst of this COVID issue, we signed contracts with Alaska Fish and Game and with the Wild Sheep Foundation of Alaska only last week. The entire process of bringing those contracts through, in particular the bureaucracy of Alaska Fish and Game, occurred during the very worst of this current crisis. If you look at who's here, and you look at Bass Pro, Cabela's, the Cabela Family Foundation, the National Wildlife Federation, the Wild Sheep Foundation, the IUCN, the most influential conservation organization in the world, and the organizations like Elk Foundation and Dallas Safari Club, and then the state agencies, Nevada, Department of Wildlife, Texas, Florida, Arizona. You have some idea, ladies and gentlemen, that this program has been brought before a lot of boards, a lot of commissions, a lot of directors, a lot of accountants, a lot of everybody. And the bottom line is that this alliance continues to grow. Now, I know that the things I'm talking about here are things that mean a lot to you. That in no way means that the state of Wyoming believes it is in a position or finds itself in a position to join in this. But I can tell you this circumstance that we face today, this COVID circumstance, it will pass. And this is the only effort that is trying to tie the social movements of health and food security and healthy food, all of those things driving people of all dimensions, young women, young men, old women, children, people in different cultures around the world. This is the only effort attempting to tie all that together, with the ultimate objective coming from someone who believes fundamentally that unless we protect these lands, unless we protect wildlife, we will not protect our way of life, first of all, and we will ultimately not protect ourselves. We have never tried this angle. I now have not the US Fish and Wildlife Service, not the Canadian Wildlife Service. Our team, our partnership now has the only database on the wild recreational harvest of fish and wildlife in our two countries. And we intend to bring this out with the help of people like Johnny Morris and Dan Cabela and Colin Amaro with the National Wildlife Federation and all the people who are stationed in all those other entities, and with our state agency partners. And within 2 to 3 weeks, ladies and gentlemen, you will see confirmation of the first federal agency in your country becoming involved in this. And the growth of it is going to continue until we become a force and a movement for our way of life. We will help with hunter retention and recruitment, yes. We will help with changing the impression of people about hunters, because we will do it through this vehicle of wild food that everyone wants and needs. We will show that we give more, just like your own programs in the state, that I know the First Lady of your state is very heavily involved in trying to give back to the hungry. We are on a mission to change all of this. And I thank you very much for the time that you have given me to a man from very far away place, Newfoundland. But believe me, you in this room that I see, and the people who live on this island with me, we share more in common than you think. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you, Shane. We're going to open it up. I think the President will open up for some brief questions. We got a little time.
Any questions? Any comments?
Shane, what are you asking of us?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear too well.
Well, I'm just curious. This is Pete Newby. I was curious what you were asking of us in Wyoming. You talked about a contract with these other agencies and other organizations. Do we have a copy of that?
You can certainly have. I'm sorry. You asked if you can have a copy of a contract. I'll tell you, there's no secrets here. The arrangement that's been made with the state agencies that come in, the state agency provides $50,000 a year for 5 years. We ask for a long-term commitment, and the reason we ask for a long-term commitment, because of course, it's long-term things that we do, the constant gathering of data, analyzing the support for the graduate students, the publications, the vignettes, the videos, et cetera, et cetera. Each of those state agencies has come in at that level. There is a contract. In some cases, it's very elaborate. In some cases, it is not so elaborate, but in every case, there is a contract. And of course, everybody knows that everybody is afraid of longer term sort of commitments, because commissioners could change or directors could change and all of those things. So every one of those agreements that we've signed with Florida and Arizona and Nevada, and now the most recent one with Texas, or I'm sorry, with Alaska, of course, they have clauses that say, you know, if for any reason the party cannot, you know, continue to participate, then of course, without penalty or prejudice, they are able to move away from, you know, away from the program. So that's what the state agencies have consistently provided and are asked to provide. Some of those agencies, ladies and gentlemen, find that money somehow within their budgets, you know, what I would say is their kind of their ongoing budgets. Some of those agencies find that money within special funding mechanisms. I don't know the details of that too greatly. And some of those agencies are also able to leverage Pittman Robertson funds to assist with it as well. So there's a conglomeration of how that works. But as I have already explained to Brian, but I will reiterate to each of you, we are perfectly prepared, of course, to share those contracts with you. And we have agreement from the other state agencies. And of course, Brian, you know many of the directors there anyway, but we have agreements from those state agencies that we can, you know, provide those to other, you know, potential partners in the process. And believe me, all states are different, all provinces are different. Some, it's a little easier. In the state of Florida, for example, which was actually our first, they have tremendous scrutiny over their contractual procedures. So I feel really confident that there's probably no hurdle that might come up in the bureaucratic side of things that we kind of probably haven't encountered before. And with goodwill on both sides, we have been able to do this. And as I said, I'm now talking to a very significant federal agency about some of this. And believe me, some of the other people we're talking to and doors are opening up for us include, we have Sitka, of course, we have Loophole, we have Mystery Ranch, you know, we have all those, they're all partners in this, as you can see in the material sent you. But we have some significant conversations going on with some even bigger outdoor industry people as well, because everybody knows we see the trends, we have to do something about them, and what we have tried to do about them so far has not really been working. It's good to continue, but I really believe that the link now for modern society, for today's people, young people in the cities and towns and everywhere, is this issue of food and health. And I think we have the perfect recipe, no pun intended. So
Thank you very much. Is there any questions or comments here?
please ask away. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yep. Make it brief, please. Make it brief, please.
Yes.
We have
I'm Dr. Dick Edwards. Not just the health issue, but the mental health issue we're experiencing in this nation right now. My daughter is a nurse practitioner in Rapid City, and 70% of her patients are suffering from depression and high anxiety. I'm sure there are people in the field that figured out this year a record numbers of anglers out there. Everybody's going fishing because a lot of them make a job. They can't do anything else. So fishing and hunting is a huge thing for mental health, to get out, enjoy the outdoors, leave your electronics behind you. She will not prescribe drugs. She said, go to the hills, go out in the wild, listen to the wind in the trees, listen to the water run, and find yourself again. And that's what we have to do. It's a big, big deal in mental health to be hunting and fishing for everybody. And it's repercussions of this China virus. Who knows? They're going to be far-reaching. We've got kids, they're down into the 8 to 10 years old that are committing suicide because of this. They're depressed, don't know what to do, extreme high anxiety. The outdoors is the best solution I know. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Shane. Maybe you and Director Nesbitt can get together.
Yeah, what I was going to say, Mr. President, is I really wanted Shane, actually, I wanted to be able to do this in person, but I wanted Shane to be able to provide his presentation, and then I will reconnect with Shane. We'll get a hold of some of those contracts we're doing, and then I think we'll bring this back to talk with the commission at the next meeting and flesh out some more details and see if the commission has.
Sounds good, President. One more thing.
I've had the opportunity to listen to Shane a couple of times, Steve, at the Western Expo and Dallas Safari Club, and I can't express enough his passion for conservation. It's awesome. He has a editorial, I believe I know it's Sports Field, by every 2 months. Buy it, read it. He always has very, very good points, things that we need to implement in our way of doing wildlife conservation. So, Shane, you don't know me, but I'm very, very big on what you do. And, yeah, I guess you're a fan. So keep it up. This isn't a decision we're going to make today, but I know. So would be nice for you to come down and meet us.
Mike?
Well, again,
Quick comment, Pete, while Shane was giving us his presentation, I kind of just jumped online, and it looks like there's a ton of information out there about this initiative. So maybe it'd be a good idea for the commissioners and anybody else that's interested before as Brian works on bringing this up again down the road for us to spend a little time and research that a little bit. I think it'd be a great idea.
Good idea, thanks. And Brian, it goes along with what's the initiative you got? Not initiative, but Encourage a Child.
Yeah, Inspire Kids for Life.
Inspire Kids. Goes along with that. We need to keep exemplify what we like to see the future look like. Thank you.
Well, may I just say that very quickly, as I know you have a lot to do there. First of all, the gentleman who spoke about emotional and mental health, we have a whole dimension in this program that deals with that. I can't tell you the number of medical doctors who have called me to thank me for starting this, including oncologists, cancer specialists, and so on. So that's one thing. The second thing is anything that you need. We have so much material, as the gentleman, I'm not sure who it was, mentioned he could find online, and we have more coming out every day. We're going to release a new video vignette this week around COVID and wild harvesting, and we'll get 2 million people viewing that. I guarantee you we'll get 2 million people viewing it. And to the gentleman who, said such nice things about my work, thank you very much for that. I'm condemned to this. I mean, I really just am not prepared to think about a world where wildlife doesn't exist. I'm not prepared to think about a world where wildlife and beautiful land doesn't thrive. And I'm not prepared to accept that a world where local, rural, capable people who are able to live with and on the land cannot find a place. I am not prepared to live in that world. And while I'm only one person, everything I have ever done, from my institutes I formed, to the articles that I write, to the films I do, to the television shows that I've done, to the public appearances I do, it's all based on that. And I bet you any money, I don't know any of you, I do not know any of you, but I'll bet you every single one of you has that inside you to some extent. And that's our hope, ladies and gentlemen. And again, thank you, Brian. Thank you, commissioners. I'm deeply grateful for the time you gave me. And hopefully we can stay in touch and find a way to build a partnership. I really hope so.
Thank you very much.
I'll be in touch with you.
Yeah, very inspiring. Thank you.
Thank you all very much, and good luck.
Okay, Melissa, while she's walking up here to do that, I'll say again, if you haven't sent in an advance comment sheet prior to starting the meeting, still like to comment on the agenda item, please do one of the following. If you're on Zoom, go to your computer, you can send a chat to the host with your name, phone number, and the agenda item you wish to comment on. If you're listening on the phone, you can send an email to wgfvideo@wyo.gov. Make sure to include your name, phone number you're calling from, the agenda item you wish to comment on. Also, if you are present and you want to comment, please go sign up for a blue sheet.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to start here by just, this year's been different than normal with regards to our budget. We typically, as we did this year, came to you in March and received preliminary approval to next year's annual budget. And you provided that approval, had some caveats. We worked on those, and since then, this pandemic has happened. And so we have, since then, the budget subgroup is aware of this. The other 4 commissioners that are on that subgroup haven't received all these changes, but I wanted to quickly summarize kind of more of the broad goals with the budget reductions that the budget subgroup has seen and that the rest of you will see here today. Essentially, the direction that, as you're aware, the state agencies were given direction to make cuts up to 10%. That did not include non-general fund agencies, so it did not include game and fish. And essentially, what the governor told those of us that were not general fund agencies was to figure out on our own how we wanted to deal with budgets in the face of uncertainty in the future. So what we decided to do is make a proposal that you'll hear today, and that the subgroup, like I said, has already heard, that really looks at kind of at a belt tighten. And it involves 5 to 7% cuts in our standard budget, closer to the 5% now. We've been adjusting it over the last week, and about 15% in one-time project spending. So, this is really, even though it doesn't, a lot of people ask, so why are we proposing this if it won't have an impact on the general fund? And there's two things I would tell you is, first of all, there's certainly some uncertainty. That's a bad way to say that, certainly uncertainty. But anyway, there are things that we can't predict with regards to our future revenues. And I think that taking a hard look right now to reduce programs that won't have immediate direct effects to our constituents is just a good way to do business, to make sure we're looking hard at what our future may look like as far as revenues. The current situation indicates to me that it's going to be difficult for us. We have to run like a business. We don't get to set the price of our product. And so we have had to find other ways to increase revenues to deal with inflation. We've done very well with that. The commission has managed our budgets very, very well. But it's a different game today. Things look a lot different today. And so I just think it's prudent. I think it's in our best interest to take a look at these cuts. Like I said, the budget subgroup is taking a look at them and has given us the up and down head nod. And with that, I'll turn it over to Melissa to talk a lot more of the detail.
Sorry, John. No, it's okay. Just some quick background, Mr. President, members of the commission, and Director Nesbitt. As the director just explained, we've made several adjustments to your budget since March. And so for benefit of the entire commission and the public, I wanted to go over just a couple of those, and then we'll have Melissa, and if necessary, Meredith run through the details. And certainly we've got representatives from the budget group from each division that are here today too that can help address any questions that you may have. So I had sent out some material. I handed that out to you as well today in case you had problems finding it on the computer. All those adjustments that have been made since the entire commission saw the budget in March and then in April have been worked through our budget working group. Our budget working group is Commissioners Dubey, Crank, and Schmidt. Those reductions that we've made will require the divisions to make hard decisions. There's no doubt about that. As the director explained, we're tightening the belt. These are things we're working on before COVID, so they make good business sense to us still today. For certain budgets, for example, the feed budget for feed grounds and for fish food, we made some minor adjustments to those to reflect the expenditures that we've made for the last 5 years. If that adjustment ends up being, and this would apply to any of the budgets that we've cut slightly to achieve that 5 to 7% that the director talked about, if we need to come back, if we anticipate problems or run into problems with that, we'll come back to you during the fiscal year and we'll talk to you about that. We'll talk to you about necessary adjustments we need, why we need it, and et cetera, et cetera. The standard budget that you approved in March was about $84 million. The standard budget we're asking you to approve today is $79.6 million. That's the $4.4 million reduction that the director talked about. So we're going to have Melissa come up and Meredith and go through those adjustments. Again, the material that you have shows those. All 3 pages show adjustments they made since March. So that should be fairly clear, but if not, Melissa can answer any questions that you may have, or the divisions can help as well.
Bear with me just a moment, and we make sure that fix this up. All right, good afternoon, members of the commission. As Brian overviewed for you a moment ago, we just wanted to provide some of the details that we're going to propose here today. If you recall, we did have several items that we discussed at the April commission meeting that we added in addition to the March to the March preliminary approval. Since that time, we've gone through quite a few reiterations of what it would look like if we wanted to reduce our budget, as was directed by the governor and then through Brian. Initially, Brian started out discussing the areas that he wanted the divisions to look at themselves, very specific ones being related to AWAC and temporary personnel time, as well as reduction in some of our vehicle purchases, and then an evaluation of some of the reservoir management strategies. Once they looked at those very specific categories, we were given further direction to look at, as I know in Meredith's presentation, she gives quite a bit of an overview on cash projections and indicates that every year there's about 7 to 8% of the budget that we don't spend. So we were tasked with looking at what is comprised of that 7 to 8% and where can we maybe reduce our budget and look at those categories first, where we can just be more lean in our budget. And so that's where we then went into the details of the budget requests and came up with this additional 5% that we're here to discuss today. The majority of that comes in categories such as a reduction in budget for permanent salaries. In the past, we have underutilization of a lot of budget categories. One of them is in our permanent salary budget, mostly because of vacancies as people leave, and then the time that it takes to fill those positions. And in our agency, we have a lot of domino effect, whereas people are promoted within the agency. It takes quite a bit of time for those positions to kind of land where they will land, and then the position that needs to be filled actually filled. So there is some timing that really allows for a lot of flexibility in our budget, and we've had that cushion and that flexibility in the past. But we really tried to hone in on that and reduce that to a more reasonable amount. The next one being the evaluation of just all other categories. We have a lot of capital construction, deferred maintenance projects, as well as a lot of contract services that we have in our budget for a lot of different missions throughout the agency. We often find that timing for a lot of things, permitting, various other issues that arise, don't always allow capacity within the field, don't always allow for all of those projects to come to fruition in 1 year. So in looking at that, they have been underutilized for quite some time. So we tried to hone in on some of those areas and identify where we felt like we could make some adjustments and some cuts. Some of those will definitely require reallocation and repurposing at the division level to determine what their priorities will be, but definitely having that focus. Oh, certainly. And then lastly, was just the other area that I know we talked about in March when we developed our initial budget, is really looking at areas of travel, vehicle operating costs, areas that over time we have shown that we don't spend all the money in the budget. So we really are trying to encourage the reevaluation of priorities, looking at our budgets more strategically, and looking at those areas where we can cut back and or continue to do things that are at the highest priorities. So with that, I think on the PowerPoint, get this go. You want to go down forward for me? All right, so here you can see that there's a summary of the almost 84 million that was approved for the standard budget in the March/April commission meeting, and then the 2.1 approved for one-time projects. If we go down the list of adjustments, the first couple are just some normal adjustments that we usually have to our budget between March and July. One being a contract for our GIS cloud-based services. We needed additional funding for that particular contract. And then a reduction actually in our state wildlife grant budget of just under 67 million. And that was really based on a reallocation of project priorities and things that weren't able to get off the ground given the state of affairs in the last few months. And then you'll go into some of the categories that I discussed: the temporary AWAC position, time position cuts, the UTV vehicles, and then the grizzly bear management. And then lastly, but certainly not least, is the underutilization, is what we're calling it, of the historical budget. So really looking at that 8% of our budget that is not generally spent each year. So for the standard budget, that's definitely a brief overview of the $4.4 million that we'd like to cut. That will then give us, if you jump down to the bottom, the just under 8 million, 79.6 that John mentioned. We just do a quick overview of the one time. You can see that it was initially the 2.1. The majority of what we cut in this particular one was project plan for WHMAs, and then the public meeting efficiency study. There is an evaluation currently taking place, kind of some plans and some larger review of how we handle WHMAs from a farming and agricultural standpoint. So those were the projects that were elected to put on hold. So then that would reduce the one-time budget to 1.7, almost 1.8 million. At that point, I can pause, if anyone has any specific questions.
Anyone have any questions for Melissa at this point?
Mr. President, just so we're completely transparent, we added 500 grand in one-time funding today, so you obviously didn't have a chance to change your PowerPoint. So that'll be in addition to this final approved budget as well. It will. Under one-time funding for the KC, the Buffalo Wildlife Crossing project.
That is correct. So really next, I just wanted to show kind of an overview of each of the divisions and the percent of the budget that we presented as reductions for final approval here today. Just a brief overview. I know that we have a big summary that has a lot of detail. I know you all have a copy of that. It is in the PowerPoint as well, if we want to go into the details of those. But there is, because of the way that the cuts were introduced, it does impact just about every budget. So it's kind of muddy, but we can certainly discuss any category that you have questions on. But just here you'll briefly see that the administration and education budget is the director's office, information and education group of just 7.6. Fiscal will then be 7.85. Services roughly over 12 million. Fish division over 16 million, and the wildlife division of 29.5 million. Those funding sources do include the standard budget from SLAB and trust fund projects, state wildlife grant projects that we also approve each year. This was giving more details of the one-time projects that were approved in the March-April meeting, and then the reductions that we cut. So this time, if we're interested in going into the details, we certainly can. I can answer any questions that I can refer to the division if there are specific questions.
Does anybody have any specific questions? We're all fairly familiar with. Anyone else? I think we're good on that.
Mr. President, I'm prepared to make a motion. So I would move that we approve the finalized budget that with the, I think we just need to adjust it with 500,000. Would be my motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
I've been moved by Commissioner Frank, seconded by Commissioner Berg.
Two things really quick. You know, I think it's always good for an entity like the department to belt tighten and Brian, Melissa, Meredith, and all the agency heads and all the employees and taking a hard look at our budget. That's a good thing to do. You know, the largest part of this reduction is we have historically, I guess I'll call it over budgeted by about 8%. And so we've decided not to do that further. And, you know, what's important, I think, for the public to understand is that 8%, while it won't be in this year's budget, will remain with the Game and Fish Department. We're not a generally funded agency, so if we don't consume our whole budget. It doesn't revert back to the Wyoming legislature and have them reallocate it. So, 4.4 million of this will remain with the department and be available for future issues that we need to deal with. So I think that's a good thing. We tightened our belts. Do that. The other thing I think that we need to point out, I know Brian's not in here, but I know he's with me and the administration is with me. The commission discussed at the retreat in Du Bois that we had an incredibly firm commitment to our permanent employees of the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, that if some stage someone calls for us to reduce we want a 20% budget cut, and that would result in the loss of our employees. And the commission can correct me if I'm wrong, but we collectively decided that really the reason the commission is successful, the reason the department is successful, is we have amazing employees. And we handed out the awards today. Jeff has been with us for 40 years, and we have a guy like Justin Benfit who has gone above and beyond the call of duty. Dan Thompson is here, who paints our bear trailers on his own time to save money for the department. We just have amazing employees, and I think that the public and our employees should understand how firm our commitment is, that we're going to support those employees. And because cutting employees for the department would not help the state general fund problems one iota, because we are not generally funded. I think this commission was firm in the resolve that we're going to support our amazing employees, and we'll push back as hard as we can, if that call is open.
Well said. Any other discussion?
Mr. President, members of the commission, thank you for that, and thank you, Commissioner Frank, for that comment. We appreciate that support. Even though this budget presentation today took 30 minutes, it took 30 minutes because we spent a lot of time on this through the year, and a lot of time. And the leadership team and our budget team would like to thank Commissioners Duby, Crank, and Schmidt for taking the time. It has made our budget far more productive and efficient, process-wise, in developing it, having that direct involvement from the commissioners, and we really appreciate that. I want to thank real quick our budget teams, Greg Phipps, Melissa and Meredith, and Dirk Miller, and Doug Brimmeyer, and Tracy Kupak. They're all here. They all came specifically today for the budget. They spent about a year, an entire year, working on the budget. And last but not least, I want to thank Melissa right here and Meredith. These two, what the director and I think will take a few minutes when we ask them to make what we think is a fairly minor adjustment to the budget, often takes them hours, if not days, to get done, to reflect in the entire budget that they presented to you so efficiently today. And I just wanted to thank them on behalf of the department.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You all. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hey, thank you very much. I know we just started, but we're going to take a 10-minute break. The next section might take a while. So 2:20.